Hello, my beautiful blossoms, blooms, and buds, and welcome to my book garden. Actually, welcome to my basement / plushie garden. How do you like the new camera? It's a little weird seeing so much wide view. Not gonna lie. Might readjust some things. My wall is notorious for dropping posters. But I might try and poster up some of this. I do have that con this weekend, so we will see. But I'm kind of digging it. It looks pretty good. I hope it's looks pretty good on your side. Once again, kind of the same thing as last time. If the frame rates drop or it's paused or anything with the connection, just let me know. It's probably my end. That's the problem. Let's be real. I'm going to move the microphone a little so I can see the chat box a little better. But yeah, hello. We are coming down to the last two streams before we move on to the second book in the Disabled Tyrant's Beloved Pet Fish. I believe this is the fifth one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, it's number 5. So welcome. All right, my usual spiel. I do not own the Disabled Tyrant and its beloved pet fish, or am sponsored by Seven Seas Entertainment or any of the authors, illustrators. The only thing I own is the physical copy in front of me and my time, and sometimes not even that. I feel like I'm forgetting things today, but I mean, I haven't done this part in a while. This is a Danmei, which is BL, and this one in particular stays pretty tame, but it is mature, so if you're not 17 plus, what you doing here, friend? But anyway, how's everybody doing today? I see some people are here. If they want to say hello, I'd love to hear about how everybody's weekends were or what people are looking forward to this week. Yeah, you like the ambience? It helps when there's a better camera. I ended up picking up a different camera, which is basically the same price, and I didn't realize the difference. So now we get a full view. Which is a good and not so good thing. Thank you. Hello to both of you, Annika and Peacock Pages. I hope you both had a good weekend and have some stuff to look forward to this week. I know I do. Had game night this weekend, which was a lot of fun, and I have a convention this weekend where I am actually going to be doing a take on Liu. Which I'm still making at the moment, of course, because it wouldn't be a con if it wasn't Con Crunch. But I feel pretty confident about it. It's not, I'm not going for accuracy, but I'm definitely going for vibes. And I'm working on making little plush fish that are all connected like on a string, like they're swimming. So, I have Liu and Prince Jing fish, and I'm working on Bao one. But the babies are fighting me. I've got everything cut out, and I've got the tails embroidered. I've got the eyes attached and like the top part of the fish face attached. But the first Bao baby, not gonna lie, kind of looks like Magikarp right now. So that's a thing. I might take off the top fin because it's looking a little Magikarpy right now. Which, I mean, it's a carp, but it was not what I was going for. Gotta love a good Magikarp. I mean, I do. I actually am surprisingly fond of Magikarp. But yeah, no, I'm super looking forward to that. I get to drive down with a friend, so that's always nice, especially when you have a longer drive to a con. They are going to be doing Mau Mau. Hello, Momars Rover. How you doing today? Anything good happened this weekend or that you're excited about this week? We'd love to hear it. But yeah, it's just a little con. Literally, I got the itinerary for both days of it, so it's only 2 days, not even 3, and it literally fit on a page like this big. So it was like, oh, okay. I think they have maybe like 10 actual panels or events between the 2 days. So we're just going to be doing a lot of con wandering, looking around, seeing what's up. I actually, my friend doesn't know this, but since she's doing Mau Mau, I actually bought, and I have not received yet, but I picked up some little acrylic frogs for those of you who know the joke. It'll be a good time. Yeah. So yeah, new camera. Nothing too interesting this week. I am making a fancy dinner though. Ooh, what you making? What are you making? I want to know. I cooked pork chops and squash. What kind? Not spaghetti squash, but something for dinner tonight. It was decent. Nothing to write home about. Food. No. 3 cheese mushroom pasta. That is fancy. I'm sure it's going to taste delicious. I'm just like keep looking back at this camera because I'm like, wow, that's better quality. Yeah, it really does. No, I was kind of rambling to myself at the beginning of this. I don't know if anyone heard. If there are issues with like frame rate, I don't know, since it's a higher definition camera, if it might drop frames or freeze or, my internet. Just let me know in the chat. I will happily reset it. I'll run upstairs if I need to reset it there. But yeah, just let me know. Oh, it's your first time making it? I wish you luck. I'm sure it'll be delicious. Anyway, let's go ahead and look back on what we were reading. We're actually getting close to the end of the first book. We have this one and one more session, so we'll finish this week. Right? I actually looked into it because I was a little frustrated with how fuzzy my videos were turning out. I was like, how do I fix this? And they're like, get a better camera. It's just a cheap one, but I looked and researched a little and they were like, this one's good. It's like, that's all I need. I know it doesn't make much difference because what you're here for is the banter and the book, but I thought, why not? It still doesn't show the do it for the plot on the heart though, which I was like, I was crossing my fingers. I was like, come on. Nope, still just a big glowing heart. That's okay. We can't have everything. All right. So last time we ended on a little bit of a mystery. Looks cool though. Well, thank you. So someone had snuck in and poisoned the fish food. So that's kind of where we left off. So Xiang Fang was also over there and someone snuck in and was rustling around, and so the other people, Prince Jing was visiting a different prince, and Yi Xinghuan both came back, and when they did, Liu immediately flapped his tail and whacked a blue stone, one of the ones he used to play with, towards the jade plate that held his food. Since he used excessive force, the stone knocked the plate over and the fish food ended up on the ground. Wang Shi was surprised. The little carp rarely lost his temper like this. Master Fish, what's wrong? Wang Shi's gaze landed on the fallen fish food, and he suddenly seemed to think of something. Could it be that... Wang Shi immediately took out a silver needle from the inside of his robes. Nobody would think to test for poison in pet food. Wang Shi hoped he was just overthinking, but he feared the worst. The silver needle poked into the fish food, and when he pulled it out a short while later, the tip was already black. Liu's heart skipped a beat. The fish food really was poisoned. Sob, sob, sob. I was almost poisoned. How scary. Since he was basically the only one who ate the food, Liu was certain that someone wanted to harm him. Soon enough, Wang Shi reached the same conclusion. With Prince Jing away, Wang Gonggong took charge and ordered someone to put Master Fish and Xiang Fang in a room without windows. He personally took up watch outside the room, determined to not let anyone slip by again. So that is where we ended. A little bit of mystery and intrigue, skullduggery in the background. So now we have Chapter 30, Fishy First Aid. As for Yi Qinghuan, he had also met the person the second prince had sent to lure him into Yuyan Pavilion. Oh, that's right. The other subplot is that someone's trying to frame Ye-shizi for killing a foreign dignitary's princess. And Liu let them know about the plot via letter. So they're taking care of that and seeing, like, hey, who's trying to frame us? So that's where we are here. As for Yi Xinghuan, he had also met the person the second prince had sent to lure him into Yanyu Pavilion. Prince Jing glanced at him meaningfully, and Yi Qinghuan followed the person, pretending to be clueless. Prince Jing followed with his aides at some distance, so that the second prince's agents wouldn't notice. When they arrived at Yanyu Pavilion, they really did see a woman on the ground, pierced through by Yi Qinghuan's sword. And the second prince soon arrived on the scene with the imperial guards he'd prepared beforehand. The second prince glanced at the corpse on the ground, who was dressed in Jinju apparel. Mu Tianshao, who was secretly pleased, acted surprised and said, "Ye-shizi, why are you here? What have you done to the princess?" Just as Yi Qinghuan opened his mouth to answer, the emperor's bright yellow dragon robe swept into the Yanyu Pavilion. This was, of course, part of the second prince's plan. He'd privately told the emperor that he'd heard Ye-shizi and the princess of Jinju were meeting secretly in the Yanyu Pavilion. Though he had ordered the marriage, the emperor still thought the meeting was inappropriate, so he headed over to scold them a bit. He didn't expect to walk into a murder scene. I mean, do you ever expect to walk into a murder scene? Like, just saying. Like, what is your life like if you do? What in the world is going on? The emperor's questioning gaze moved from the woman on the ground to Yi Qinghuan. Your Imperial Majesty, I just arrived as well, Yi Qinghuan replied calmly. I was just trying to figure out what had happened when the second prince appeared. Mu Tianshao thought his tone was a little strange, but he was certain there were flaws in his plan. He gathered all the anger in his chest and shot back. Anyone with eyes can see what happened, Ye-shizi. You're the one who killed the princess. Yet you want to deny it? He raised his hand and pointed at the sword in the woman's chest. This is Ye-shizi's sword, is it not? The emperor realized how grave the situation currently was. Was it true that the princess of Jinju was dead, and that Yi Qinghuan had killed her? Well, he is the emperor and people do be plottin'. That's true, Momar's rover. With a single order, the imperial guards rushed forward to investigate. Everything the second prince had said seemed to make sense, but when the imperial guards flipped over the body, they realized that it wasn't the princess of Jinju. It was a woman dressed in Jinju servant attire. The emperor's sharp gaze swept over the scene. The imperial guard stepped aside, not daring to say a word. The sword was also removed from the woman's chest and brought to the emperor. The emperor was the one who had given Yi Qinghuan his sword, so he had a good memory of it. This sword was indeed extremely similar to Yi Qinghuan's, so much so that at first glance the emperor thought it was his. Yi Qinghuan, is this not your sword? And you have no sword on you right now, the second prince said. He was confident and his words were forceful. Your Imperial Majesty, the second prince seemed to have forgotten the rules of the palace, said Yi Qinghuan, his voice level. As subjects like myself are not allowed to carry a sword in front of the emperor, I gave my sword to the guards at the palace gate for safekeeping. The emperor nodded. Since Yi Qinghuan brought it up himself, the emperor immediately ordered someone to fetch the sword in question. Soon, a guard came over with Ye-shizi's sword. Why were there suddenly two swords? This second prince started to lose his cool. Yi Qinghuan solemnly asked the emperor to examine the swords. The emperor carefully compared the two swords in front of him. Truthfully, the swords were nearly identical when viewed separately, but their differences were obvious when they were side by side. The sword the guards had brought to him was shiny and silver, but the one taken from the woman was dark as iron. It was just an ordinary sword. It was clear which one was the real thing. Meanwhile, the experienced imperial guards had come to the conclusion that this woman had been dead for several days already. Since she hadn't been killed just now, and the sword found in her wasn't even Yi Qinghuan's, there was nothing to support the claim that Yi Qinghuan was the murderer. But why, then, were there two swords so similar? The emperor immediately deducted that someone had made the murder weapon almost identical to Ye-shizi's sword so they could frame him. He recalled the second prince's earlier claims. This is Ye-shizi's sword. Ye-shizi killed the princess. But both were wrong. The sword was not Ye-shizi's, and the princess was not killed. The emperor himself had experienced many palace conflicts before. Now, even the way he looked at the second prince had changed. He's like, I've been alive too long in this court to not know what's going on. Tian Shao, he said lightly, you haven't even confirmed that this woman was the princess of Jinju when you arrived at Yanyu Pavilion. So why did you insist that Ye-shizi had killed the princess? Mu Tianshao was still in shock. Why was the emperor suddenly doubting him? He was just questioning Yi Qinghuan a moment ago. The one who was supposed to die at Yanyu Pavilion was the princess. He'd arranged this long ago. Was there someone else? But right now, the emperor was waiting for an explanation. Mu Tianshao replied with great difficulty. I saw that the deceased woman was dressed in Jinju attire, so I thought she was the princess. The emperor gave him an unreadable glance and ordered the imperial guards to carry the corpse to the second prince. Only then did Mu Tianshao realize that it wasn't the princess of Jinju he knew, but... Yeah, I agree, Momar's rover. The second prince is doing a very good job digging his own grave. That he is. Yi Qinghuan smiled. This woman is dressed in Jinju apparel, but a servant's outfit is very different from what the princess wears. Oh, hello, Esper lady. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? What good eyesight you have, second prince, to mistake a servant for the princess with a single glance. I'm glad you're doing great, Esper lady. Mu Tianxiao kept his mouth shut. Ye-shizi's ridicule was obvious. There was no way the emperor didn't know what the second prince was trying to do. Why else would he have tried so hard to get Ye-shizi to come to Yanyu Pavilion? Not only did the second prince fail to frame Ye-shizi, but he was the one caught red-handed instead. The emperor was both angry and resentful towards the second prince, so much so that he wanted to kick him, but he still had to restrain himself. Since Ye-shizi and the princess were both fine, there was no need to take things any farther. King Jinju was still in the imperial city. He couldn't let the king know that the second prince had tried to harm his daughter. Tianxiao, you can't even tell people apart from each other, he said. For the next few days, you should stay in your residence and reflect on your actions. You may not leave without our permission. The emperor had never spoken so strictly to the second prince before. Hi, Truffle! Welcome to the stream. How you doing? He was simply put under house arrest. There was no other punishment. Yi Qinghuan knew that the emperor would most likely let the second prince get away with it. If he had fallen for the second prince's trap, it was certain his punishment would have been death. Now it was clear the second prince was the one trying to frame Ye-shizi, though, and the emperor refused to do anything to his son. See, there's the one of his flaws. F around and find out phase. I'm doing good. Had to take a quick walk. Oh, I hope it wasn't too emotionally had to go take a walk, or I hope it was just your legs fell asleep. Anime older than I am has no business going this hard. That's funny. But they had plenty of time. The second prince's attempt to uproot the house of Chang'an had failed. So when the house of Chang'an started treating him as an enemy, he had no one but himself to blame. There were many ways to ruin a person. Yi Qinghuan was upright and honest, but that didn't mean he didn't know how to retaliate. He wasn't a pushover. If someone hit him, he'd hit back. It was only right. He and Prince Jing had crafted the plan carried out today. They'd used the body of an unknown female corpse from the dungeon to make the second prince think he had succeeded, so he'd let down his guard. The emperor comforted Yi Qinghuan personally, and Yi Qinghuan didn't press the matter with the second prince any further. Internally, the emperor sighed. He'd already felt something was off with the second prince at the imperial banquet the other day, but he hadn't thought it was this bad. The second prince had come so close to landing himself in disaster. He normally seemed pretty capable. Why had a marriage arrangement made him so impulsive? Did he have to destroy everything he couldn't have? That's right, because initially he was like, I'll marry her. I like her. Can I have her? And she was like, no, I'm not interested. Plus, the emperor already wanted to give her to Yi Qinghuan. But it does not look good in this context, I will say. The emperor didn't understand the second prince's frustration, but he was quite put off by the ruthlessness with which the second prince had plotted to ruin the house of Chang'an. Shortly after the emperor had finished speaking with Yi Qinghuan, Prince Jing slowly walked in. Seeing his other son, the emperor smiled wearily. Tianqi, you're here as well? Mu Tianqi came over and bowed to the emperor. Then, unexpectedly, he silently took out a memorial tablet from his robes. The Emperor's first reaction was to wonder why on earth Prince Jing would suddenly take out something like this. He was a bit displeased. But after he read the words on the tablet, the Emperor swallowed all his scolding. Because this was the memorial tablet of his first wife, Prince Jing's mother, Empress Xiao Huai. The Emperor's original decree to smooth the situation over was shattered into pieces by the sight of this tablet. He suddenly remembered whose family the House of Chang'an was. They were Empress Xiao Huai's maternal family and relatives. If the Empress was still alive, would he let the second prince get away with it so easily? Prince Jing was asking for justice on behalf of Empress Xiao Huai and the House of Chang'an. Yi Chenghuan wasn't able to ask for it, but Prince Jing could. Tianxi, I understand what you mean. The Emperor rubbed the spot between his brows. You and Yi Chenghuan may go, for now. Let me give it some thought. Yi Chenghuan dragged Prince Jing out of Yanyu Pavilion. What a stroke of genius from Prince Jing. He hadn't expected something like this. How bold. Yi Chenghuan laughed quietly, but he felt elated. Some people thought the previous empress's maternal family had nobody to rely on, but Prince Jing was still protecting the House of Chang'an. Well, the House of Chang'an would return the favor, for Empress Xiao Huai, as well as on their own behalf. Prince Jing showed a rare little smile in front of his cousin. When Yi Chenghuan had headed to the Yanyu Pavilion, Prince Jing had followed at first, but he decided to take a risk and make a detour at Changchun Palace to receive his mother's tablet. It had ended up being quite useful. These two make such cute friends. They really do. I'm glad that Prince Jing, for all of the palace intrigue elements, he does have some very solid family members to rely on that really have his back. And kind of in the same sense, if you matter to him, he will protect you over anything. And that's wonderful. In his opinion, if they were going to strike against the second prince, it was better to strike hard and fast, so he wouldn't have a chance to get up again. Yi Chenghuan believed the same. Someone ended up leaking the news to King Jinju, who was furious that the second prince had plotted to harm his daughter. The emperor immediately summoned Yi Chenghuan, the future son-in-law, to deal with King Jinju's wrath. Yi Chenghuan had been planning to return to Jingtai Hall with Prince Jing to reunite with Xiang Fang, but now he had no choice but to stay behind. Yeah, they really do, Truffle. They do make a great team. Prince Jing, however, had no such obligations and set off for Jingtai Hall. He was halfway there when a black shadow suddenly jumped towards him and, seemingly without noticing, bumped into him. Who? Prince Jing frowned and looked the person up and down. The figure was masked, so he couldn't see his face. Prince Jing suspected this person might have been sent by the second prince for revenge, so his hand was already on the scabbard of his sword. The person, startled, realized it was Prince Jing and brandished his own sword, lunging towards him. Their blades clashed. The masked man and Prince Jing were matched in skill, but it seemed as if his sword hand was injured. His movements were always a beat too slow. It didn't take long for Prince Jing to knock the sword out of his hand, but the man took advantage of how unprepared he was to hurl a bag of white powder at his face. We fight dirty. Suddenly unable to see, Prince Jing dropped his sword, but he could sense that the man was coming closer. He sneered, calmly took out the dagger hidden in his boot, and stabbed him. Yeah, Xiang Fang coming in clutch. Good boy. In less than a quarter of an hour, the fight was over. That's a long fight. Imagine fighting for 15 minutes. Like, I know it doesn't sound like that long a time period, but to be dodging, bobbing, and weaving for 15 minutes, like, that seems like a long time for me. That's almost the whole anime episode. Wouldn't be me. I'd be dead. Me too, Peacock Pages. Me too. The masked man, heavily injured, made his escape. Prince Jing was a little unsteady on his feet, and he couldn't make a sound, but he knew he must be close to Jingtai Hall. Liu and Xiangfang had been staring at each other all night. I've sparred, though, and you don't really register the length of time. That's really cool, Truffle. That's really cool. Liu and Xiangfang had been staring at each other all night. Of course, Xiangfang had also occupied himself with gnawing on things, wagging his tail, and poking the fish tank with his nose. Liu was about to fall asleep when Prince Jing finally appeared. Oh, you're welcome. Wang Shi, who was guarding the room, was overjoyed. You're finally back, Your Highness. Did everything go well? Prince Jing waved his hand. Wang Shi noticed that there was something wrong. His eyes were red and there was powder on his face. Wang Shi tried again and again to ask what had happened, but Prince Jing's eyes still hurt, and he couldn't write anything. He kept waving his hands around, rather irritably. It was clear that Prince Jing wasn't well. The servant will help you into your room first, then summon an imperial physician for you, Wang Shi assured him. I suppose it's hard to keep track of time with someone attacking you. I mean, yeah, you've got other things to be thinking about, definitely. Since Master Fish was here and His Highness usually loved Master Fish the most, Wang Shi thought that His Highness might feel better if he stayed with his fish for a bit. So he helped Prince Jing to the room where the fish and the dog were currently waiting. As soon as Prince Jing entered the room, Xiangfang rushed over, wagging his tail and asking for praise. But Prince Jing couldn't see anything, so he accidentally stepped on Xiangfang's tail. Oh, poor baby. Xiangfang let out a couple of aggrieved barks. Quiet down, Xiangfang. He doesn't seem well. Liu started swimming anxiously in his tank. He was so happy that Prince Jing was back that he didn't want to sleep anymore, but Prince Jing seemed to be in bad shape. Where is Wang Shi? Right, with sparring, you really have to keep track of the other person, even with protective gear. I believe it. Liu didn't know that Wang Shi was off summoning the imperial physician. There was light in the room, but everything was still blurry for Prince Jing. He fumbled around and sat down. His eyes, though, were still uncomfortable, so he wanted to find a handkerchief to wipe them with. Liu glimpsed Prince Jing's red, swollen eyes and the residual white powder. A thought crossed his mind. Did someone throw lime powder at Prince Jing? He watched as Prince Jing took a towel from the edge of the wash basin and started to dip it in the water. Liu hurriedly said, No, you can't use water. If lime powder was washed with water, he could go blind. It was well known in modern times. That's crazy. But nobody could hear him, and the little carp swam anxiously up and down in his tank, hoping Prince Jing would see him and stop. However, Prince Jing was busy with his own problems and didn't notice. He wrung out the towel and was just about to put it over his eyes. Liu wanted Xiangfang to do something, but Xiangfang, a stupid doggo, was only reliable sometimes. I love that they actually... Liu pulling out the not-so-fun facts. I love the fact that they actually do put doggo. I wasn't ad-libbing that. It actually says, but Xiangfang, a stupid doggo, was only reliable sometimes. Right now, he was staring at Prince Jing with his head cocked. He probably thought Prince Jing's stumbling movements were interesting. Probably. What should he do? Prince Jing was going to go blind. He was already mute, so he couldn't go blind too, right? That would be too devastating. Right? No, I didn't. That's actually what's written. Liu stopped for a moment. He knew there was still another way to stop Prince Jing. Even if it was dangerous for him, he had to try. The little carp gathered his courage and jumped out of the fish tank. He didn't mind that there was no tea bowls around or that it might hurt when he landed on the ground. Prince Jing's back was turned to him, so Liu immediately used his transformation skill and turned into a human. It didn't matter how he was going to explain this. He had to stop Prince Jing. "Don't use water!" Liu yelled. Prince Jing's hand stopped halfway to his face, and he turned around instinctively. This voice. He recognized it. This was the voice of the young man he'd been searching for all this time. Why did he suddenly appear in his room? Prince Jing was about to turn around, but Liu said, "Don't turn around right now. Please wait." ... It is a very cute scene. But you also have to realize Liu is also naked right now. Because he's always naked when he transforms, so he is literally bare-butting it right now. Having just transformed, Liu was still naked. He looked around frantically, but the remarkable thing was the windowless room Wang Shi had chosen was one with no wardrobe and no clothes. Liu couldn't be any more embarrassed, but he couldn't just run around like this. Although there was no wardrobe in the room, there was curtains hanging from the beams. There was no time. It'd have to do. Disregarding color or texture, Liu grabbed a random piece and wrapped it around himself. He didn't stop until he looked like a tube. Yeah. LOL. Oops. Yep. Prince Jing stood stiffly, not daring to make any sudden movements. He could hear the activity behind him, so the youth hadn't left yet, but it felt like if he turned around, he might just disappear into thin air again. You'd think he would have put clothes into his inventory by now. Honestly. Right now, his eyes weren't in a good state. He had to remain calm and not scare him away, Prince Jing thought silently. Liu adjusted his curtain roll and then finally said, "Now you can..." Prince Jing quickly turned around, but all he could see was a blurry tube. Though to be fair, he literally doesn't own a stitch. I know, but like he's been stealing underwear this whole time. Like I feel like at this point, like just keep a pair in your at least a pair of pants. Like pull to the Hulk. Like keep a pair of pants in your inventory at the very least. And yeah, I agree, Peacock Pages. I love that he has no other care besides keeping Prince Jing safe. Peak Liu behavior. Very much so. Liu stood before him and explained quietly, Your Highness, you can't wash your eyes no matter what. Let me help you, okay? Fishy Exposed, Chapter 31. Afraid that Prince Jing wouldn't believe him, Liu put his hands up so the prince could see them. Your Highness, don't worry. I mean no harm. Your eyes are uncomfortable, right? You should take care of them quickly. Prince Jing was a little hesitant. It was the first time he'd spoken to him, but for some reason the young man seemed familiar somehow. Love the chapter title. Yeah, they are pretty funny. Although he'd thought the young man was a thief at first, this assumption had faded over time, and the young man clearly didn't have any intention to harm him. If he was indeed the one who wrote and delivered the letter to Yi Qinghuan, then he had even helped them. But why did he take away Xiao Yu in the first place, during that first time they'd met? Prince Jing automatically tried to look for his fish, and Liu was startled. He did have the pillow that was shaped just like him before, but it had disappeared, and he hadn't bothered looking for it. So now there was nothing in the fish tank. Would he be exposed? He looked at the fish tank too, worried. But Xiang Fang just so happened to be standing in front of it, and he was large enough to completely obstruct the tank. Phew, saved. Between the dog in the way and the discomfort in his eyes, Prince Jing probably only saw a swath of black. He realized he wouldn't be able to see his fish, so he turned back around. Liu let out a sigh of relief, but Prince Jing still didn't move. Liu was afraid that Prince Jing still didn't trust him, so he latched onto his arm in desperation. Please believe me. I'm not a bad person. I just want to help you get the powder out of your eyes. When he was a fish, he often jumped into Prince Jing's palms, so he was used to touching him. At this moment, he still thought of Prince Jing as his tyrant owner, so he didn't think it was strange to hug his arm. He was more afraid that Prince Jing would think he was a bad person and kill him. Liu's fishiness activated, and he hugged him even tighter. Although Prince Jing is still worried about the fish. Of course. That's his first priority, always. Prince Jing was shocked. He'd never met someone with this little propriety. He couldn't push him away, even though he was a bit uncomfortable. Let me try. Please? Liu insisted. If it doesn't work, you can do with me as you see fit. Either way, Prince Jing was sure that this strange man wouldn't be able to try anything funny when he was right in front of him like this. So he might as well give him a chance. He fumbled for the table and sat down. Liu wiped his hands clean carefully and found a dry handkerchief. Once he'd made sure there was no water on it, he sat down next to Prince Jing and carefully pried open his eyelids, cleaning away the powder that had gotten into his eyes bit by bit. Luckily, there wasn't that much. Liu worked quickly, and in no time he'd removed it all. He could tell now that it was definitely lime powder. Liu had learned in the real world that lime powder released a lot of heat when it melted, so if someone tried to wash it out of their eyes with water, it would burn them. He'd turned into a human just in time to stop Prince Jing. The results would have been catastrophic otherwise. That's kind of gruesome, but look, we have picture. And it actually focuses. Oh, I'm so excited about this camera. I'm so happy. Right? I've read this once before, so like I remember about the lime powder, but I kind of forgot like why it was bad. Like I knew it would blind him. He is so small. But it's one of those thermite reactions, I think, or I'm not great at science, so I could be completely wrong. But yes, he is so small. Further evidence I'd be dead. Liu blew gently into Prince Jing's eyes in case there were pieces he'd missed. Prince Jing was much more relaxed now and could see the stranger in front of him clearly. He was so close that he could see the young man's lowered eyelashes, his slightly sweaty nose, and his rosy pink lips pursed in concentration. He felt his warm breath too and realized that he was blowing into his eyes for him. Prince Jing looked away, thinking it was inappropriate, and caught a glimpse of the young man's bare feet and the water droplets gleaming on his toes. Prince Jing was becoming more and more intrigued by this youth by the minute. His curiosity was growing like a rolling snowball. Meanwhile, after Liu had made absolutely sure multiple times that there was no lime powder left in Prince Jing's eye, he wanted to wash with water. He recalled that there was a wash basin in this room. The water the servants prepared had usually been boiled then cooked, so it was safe to use. This is erotic, lol. I did know about the lime powder. Also, if you get chili powder in your eye, never use water to wash it out. Use milk. That's kind of cool. Like, I mean, ow. But thank you. I hope to never get chili powder in my eyes, but ouch. I mean, yeah, it's definitely tender. You can see that he cares. Meanwhile, after Liu had made absolutely sure multiple times there was no lime powder left in Prince Jing's eyes, no, I already got it. He got up to bring the wash basin over, but Prince Jing thought he was going to escape, so he grasped his arm tightly as soon as he stood up. Liu instantly understood the prince's intentions. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm just going to get some water, he said. The powder's been removed, so your eyes can be washed now. But Prince Jing still refused to let go, even after Liu's explanation. The prince, whose eyes were almost back to normal, got up alongside Liu, still holding on to him. They walked over to the wash basin together. Liu is Xilian. Yeah. When Prince Jing stood up straight, Liu only came up to his shoulders. Liu was wondering how he was going to get Prince Jing back into his seat when the prince lowered his head, staring at Liu with his dark eyes. That meant he could wash his eyes, right? Liu had finally experienced Prince Jing's stubbornness firsthand. In this awkward position, he couldn't just use a wet towel to wipe his eyes, and instead scooped up some water, poured it into Prince Jing's eyes, and rinsed them out. After a couple of rinses, Prince Jing's eyes were still red and swollen, but he no longer felt any discomfort. Just to be safe, Liu said, Your Highness, please have the imperial physician take a look later. You may still need medicine. I feel like Liu and Xilian would get along really well. Probably. They're both pretty chill. Prince Jing nodded. They stared at each other for a moment, and it finally sunk in for Liu that he had completely exposed his human form to Prince Jing. Literally, completely exposed. There was nothing inherently wrong with that. It wasn't the first time he'd done it, after all. But Prince Jing was still holding on to him. He'd made a couple of attempts to pull his hand free, but he couldn't do it. He could only maintain his human form for an hour, so what would happen if he suddenly transformed into a fish? He had to think of a way to either make Prince Jing go away or make himself go away. As soon as Prince Jing's eyes recovered, Prince Jing didn't take them off the young man in front of him, whether he was looking at his face or his attire. This time, the young man's pale arms were exposed. He was wrapped in a strange cloth. It only just came down to his knees, so his calves were bare. And the movements of his delicate ankles were exposed. His ankles? So scandalous. Prince Jing couldn't help but wonder why this young man always dressed so peculiarly. Right? Scandalous. Prince Jing dipped his finger into the wash basin and wrote on the table, Who are you? He had a lot of questions, but this was the first and easiest one to ask. Liu shook his head, pretending he couldn't read it. It wasn't that he didn't want to tell him, but he didn't exist in the book. He'd be in a lot of trouble if he lied about his identity and ended up needing to back up that lie in the future, so it was better to not say anything in the first place. Maybe Liu thought, if I just don't say anything, Prince Jing will become impatient and leave? He was very worried that the timer on his transformation skill would sneak up on him. That would be disastrous. Liu was quite a mess internally, but he still had to pretend to be calm. Prince Jing, seeing that Liu didn't answer, kept writing questions. Why are you here? Why did you save me? But Liu suppressed the urge to talk to Prince Jing and continued to shake his head. Prince Jing frowned. He'd asked so many questions, but the young man didn't answer any of them. Perhaps he couldn't read. Thinking back on it and recalling the letter Yi Qinghuan received, the handwriting was terrible, and Prince Jing had wondered how there could be such horrible handwriting in this world. Was it because he couldn't read, so he couldn't write either? Prince Jing glanced at Xiang Feng. Xiang Feng didn't react much to the older man's sudden appearance, so he was probably familiar with him. That was how he'd been able to use Xiang Feng to deliver the letter. Prince Jing was comparing and analyzing the situation in his head. His questioning gaze made Liu's scalp go numb. Just as he thought he wasn't going to be able to keep pretending anymore and was thinking of outright running away, Wang Shi Gong, who'd left to summon the imperial physician, banged on the door. Your Highness? Your Highness, the imperial physician is here. The heavens always provided a way out. Hearing Wang Shi's shouting, Liu's eyes lit up. Prince Jing caught Liu's suddenly relaxed expression and immediately thought he was going to run away. I mean, you're not wrong. Prince Jing smiled. At this point, how could he let him escape again? I don't know why, but that just sounds so flirty to me. Like, at this point, how could he let him escape again? The imperial physician was right outside, but he didn't dare enter without Prince Jing's permission. Wang Shi walked inside to ask for further directions, only to see Prince Jing sitting casually in a chair with a strange young man wrapped in a tube-shaped cloth. It does have that energy, right? Like, ooh. Since Liu was dressed so freely, Wang Gong was so startled that he thought the tube was a blanket and almost didn't recognize him at first. The exact moment Prince Jing fell in love. Oh, I mean, quite possibly. He was screaming internally. He only went to summon the imperial physician, so why was some little minx trying to seduce his highness again? But his highness's expression didn't seem very angry. Not only was Prince Jing not angry, but he seemed to be in a strangely good mood for someone who was just plotted against. Wang Gong, who always made Prince Jing his top priority, he loved that for him, thought things over quickly. Actually, as long as his highness was happy, it was fine to have a little minx in here. He shouldn't ask too many questions. I love it. I mean, I guess you can have a boy toy if you want, like if you're happy, as long as it's not him sneaking in. Like, I guess it's fine. If you see him being seduced by his fish, leave him alone. He's right where he wants to be. Wang Shi, I leave for 5 minutes and this is what I come back to? Right? That's really very much what he's feeling. Wang Shi pretended to not see Liu and said respectfully to Prince Jing, the imperial physician is waiting outside right now. Would you like him to come in, your highness? Liu being equated to a little minx cracks me up. It's pretty funny. Prince Jing didn't nod, but he stood up and straightened his clothes in preparation to go outside. Wang Shi followed quickly to take care of him. Before Prince Jing went out, he took another look at Liu. Liu didn't understand at first. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking he was free and could turn back into a fish. He was still a little worried, though, and he walked to the entrance and looked through the crack in the door. The door wasn't closed all the way, so he could see that Wang Shi had set up a seat just a step away from the door. Prince Jing was seated squarely in place as the imperial physician leaned over him, checking his pulse and his eyes. Urgh, this guy was such an asshole. Liu turned into a human to save him, not to let him trap him in the room. He'd taken a look at the room earlier, and he knew that there was no windows and only one door. It should have been the safest place, but it turned into an inescapable prison. Liu turned to Xiang Feng, blubbering. Good boy, Xiang Feng. You're the only one who can help me now. Xiang Feng was completely removed from the situation and had no idea what his problem was. After checking Prince Jing's pulse and eyes, the imperial physician praised. Thankfully, your highness did well to take care of the situation. Your eyes are fine now, but I will prescribe medication later to improve your eyesight and detoxify your eyes. Your highness will be completely fine after using it. Prince Jing smiled slightly. He thought the young man had handled it well too. Prince Jing ordered Wang Shi to reward the imperial physician. After the physician left, Prince Jing wanted to return to the room, but Wang Shi thought he was just in a hurry to return to the little minx inside, so he stopped him. Your Highness, after you left today, someone broke into Jingtai Hall to poison the food. Well, he's seducing Prince Jing, but he's not actually trying to. That's the charm of it. He's oblivious. Wang Shi recounted the events in detail, including how the intruder broke into Jingtai Hall, how Xiang Feng bit his hand, how the fish food was poisoned, and how Master Fish knocked over the jade plate, saving both himself and the dog. Wang Shi wanted to let Prince Jing know what had happened, but he also wanted to use this opportunity to remind Prince Jing to be on his guard, since that little minx's origins were unknown. He just keeps calling him a minx, and it's hilarious every time. But perhaps it would have been better if he hadn't told him. As Wang Shi explained, Prince Jing's face turned as cold as frost. He was even more furious than when people had plotted against him. How dare they plot against his fish? When Wang Shi mentioned that the silver needle had turned black, Prince Jing thought back to the arsenic that the second prince had been secretly keeping in his residence. Framing the house of Chang'an wasn't enough for him. He'd even tried to go after his fish. Sooner or later, he'd make sure the second prince got what was coming to him. I'm sure you will. Prince Jing remembered the masked assailant who had attacked him as he returned to Jingtai Hall. That man's hand had been injured too. Was it perhaps the same person that Xiang Feng had bit? It was probably one of Mu Tianshao's lackeys. The fish will always be priority number one. You are not wrong, Mars Robert. He still hadn't laid eyes on Xiao Yu since he got back, for a multitude of reasons. Xiao Yu and the young man should still be in the room. Ever since the young man had helped him wipe his eyes, he had the instinctive feeling that he would not harm the fish. Wang Shi kept calling out, Your Highness, but Prince Jing gestured at him to wait and walked into the room on his own. Before he opened the door, he had a strange, indescribable feeling, even though he knew it was impossible for the young man to escape this time. But he didn't give it any more thought. He confidently opened the door and saw the room was empty, cloth strewn about the floor, and the young man who was supposed to be waiting for him had disappeared again. That's not right. Prince Jing's temples throbbed. He had left the room, yes, but he had been guarding the door the entire time. There were no windows in the room, so where could he have gone? This had happened several times now. Prince Jing decided it was necessary to change his line of thinking, no matter how absurd. The strange young man couldn't escape, so logically he still had to be here, but most likely somewhere he hadn't thought of yet. Ooh, we're starting to question. Prince Jing walked over to the cloth on the ground and thought back to all that had happened when he had met the young man. And he abruptly realized some alarming details. When the young man had appeared to help him, he didn't hear the door open, which meant the young man hadn't entered through the door. Did that mean the young man had already been in the room and he just didn't realize it? Just as he couldn't find him now. The room hadn't been completely silent at the time, though. Prince Jing had excellent hearing, and what he had heard was the flapping of a fishtail. Xiao Yu often jumped in front of him, and he was certain he couldn't mistake and wouldn't mistake the sound for anything else. Prince Jing looked over at the fish tank. The porcelain fish tank at Jingtai Hall wasn't as good as the crystal fish tank at his own residence, which he could see everything inside at a glance. But surprisingly, Xiao Yu, who should have been at the bottom of the tank, was instead lying on the edge with his back towards Prince Jing, so he could see his tail flicking back and forth. Thinking about how his fish had almost died, Prince Jing's mood darkened further. This young man sure is fishy. Yep. He walked over, but right when he was about to touch him, his fish panicked and dove into the water. Prince Jing blinked. He reached out again to touch his fish's back. Usually, Xiao Yu would circle his fingers with his tail, but now he only lifted his head and listlessly stared at him. Xiao Yu must have been scared, he thought. As he comforted his fish, Prince Jing kept thinking about where the young man could have gone. It was a small room, and just a quick glance around the room was enough to see everything in it. There was nowhere to hide. A thought suddenly came to Prince Jing as he recalled each place the young man had been seen. Why was it always his room? Only his aides and Yi Qinghuan had known that he was returning to Jingtai Hall today. Why did the youth run into him here at Jingtai Hall? Besides, with the way he was dressed, it would have been impossible for him to enter through the palace gates. Prince Jing stood up and accidentally stepped on the cloth on the ground with his cloud-patterned shoes. He picked up the cloth and moved it aside, revealing a puddle of water underneath it. Oh. The young man's feet had been wet, he recalled, thinking to look around for wet footprints in his room. Through careful observation, he found some that led to the wash basin and then to the desk, and some that stayed near the door, but a path was formed where the ground was wettest. He followed along this path and finally saw a large black-haired dog. Yi Qinghuan's dog barked excitedly and wagged his tail at him. The wettest spot was right under where Xiang Feng was sitting. Prince Jing was a little startled. He thought he was losing it. Xiang Feng was the one who made these tracks. Liu stared anxiously at Prince Jing until he left the room, feeling like he was about to break down at any moment. He had no other choice. He was afraid Prince Jing would figure everything out since he had no way to get rid of the water on the ground, so he had to resort to using Xiang Feng as a scapegoat. Honestly, that's pretty smart. Let's be real. I wouldn't even think about it. I'm sorry, the little carp apologized silently to his owner. I didn't mean to hide it from you on purpose. Kind of. I mean, you did just purposely hide it. But I mean, I get where he's coming from. A stony-faced Prince Jing walked out of the room. He'd taken the cloth on the ground. On the cloth, a few fish scales shone brightly. This wasn't the first time he'd found fish scales on the young man's clothes. There was another detail he remembered. When he looked at the young man's ankle, he had also seen a silver light flash past. He had an idea of what was happening now. Oh, we're starting to get somewhere. Prince Jing is wasted as a prince. He'd make a great detective. I feel like you gotta be a great detective if you even want to live in this era. But I agree. He's very smart. Chapter 32, Becoming a Carp Spirit. A little late for that. Liu had spent the entire day in the grip of anxiety. Now that the excitement was over and he'd gotten away without Prince Jing noticing anything, the little carp slept peacefully at the bottom of his tank. Xiang Feng, who had been extremely helpful, leaned against the tank in blissful sleep as well. I love that they're friends. The dog and the fish are friends. It's so cute to me. Meanwhile, Prince Jing was pacing outside the room, and all of his weariness was blown away by the cool night breeze. He lined up all the times he had met the young man and connected the dots. The fish scales that were on his clothes back then and the fish scales on the cloth now were undoubtedly both from Xiao Yu. If that was it, he probably would have assumed the young man had touched his fish. But how could the same fish scales appear on the youth's feet as well? The young man was dripping wet and was always dressed strangely. Prince Jing didn't hear any footsteps when he appeared, but instead heard a fish's tail. He could never discern where he came from or where he was hiding, was never able to find him. But he always appeared by his side. None of the people he had sent from the manor to look for the young man were able to find so much as a trace of him. When the young man had escaped through the window, the guards who were lying in wait outside said they didn't see anything. When looking for the person who delivered the letters, the guards posted there had told him that only the dog had left the room. None of the above could be simply explained by what he knew about the world. He thought he was quite clear-headed, but he suddenly had a crazy idea. Once the idea formed, it refused to leave, because it was the only way to explain everything. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. There's your Holmes reference. Tianxi, is your house haunted? Yi Qinghuan had teased him about it before, and he'd ignored it. But now... Prince Jing swallowed. Yi Qinghuan might be partially right. Nice, right? The young man wasn't a human. As for what he was, the fish scales explained everything. The young man was probably Xiao Yu. Since the moon was already high in the sky, Wang Shi had already urged him to go to bed several times. With a complicated expression, Prince Jing glanced at the room where his fish was and waved him away. He had to think things through. He couldn't just hold a person, or a fish, under suspicion because of his own wild speculation. Ignoring how late it was, Prince Jing ordered Wang Shi to find servants from the imperial kitchen to bring him a couple of fish. Since noble consort Chu's cat had picked up Xiao Yu from the kitchen, Prince Jing specifically asked for the same type of fish. Prince Jing figured it all out. He's working through it. Like, he's not completely sure yet, but he is definitely working through it. He's connecting the dots. Wang Shi went off to complete his task, and the kitchen staff soon came over with a basket of fish, trembling because they didn't know what was going on. Prince Jing looked the fish over one by one. These fish looked almost identical to Xiao Yu, but their eyes were dull and lifeless. They didn't flap their tails or look up at him. Compared to Xiao Yu, they lacked the most important thing: spirit. Prince Jing sighed in relief. He should have realized that Xiao Yu was special long ago. I mean, you kind of did, buddy. Perhaps because he'd never had a pet before, he'd mistaken Xiao Yu's uniqueness as liveliness and intelligence. Even crows took care of their elderly, after all. He never thought it was anything out of the ordinary for his fish to be smart. No wonder he always thought the young man looked familiar. It was his own fish. And no wonder the young man always appeared in his room and entered the palace at the same time he did. Those were his own arrangements. Prince Jing became more and more certain of this truth, but he wasn't sure what to do next. He had raised Xiao Yu for so long, and he had truly grown to care for him. Now that he knew Xiao Yu wasn't a normal fish, Prince Jing pursed his lips. He was the one who had saved Xiao Yu from the cat's paws, but Xiao Yu had helped him several times as well, including saving his relatives, the House of Chang'an. Prince Jing smiled wryly. Who could say who was indebted to whom in the end? How should he handle it? As dawn rose, Yi Qinghuan was finally able to appease his future father-in-law, King Jingju, and he rushed to the emperor to report to him. The emperor, however, was feeling irritated and didn't want to see Ye-shizi for too long, so he kicked him out after the requisite pleasantries had been exchanged. Yi Qinghuan was so tired that he decided to visit Prince Jing instead and beg for a bed to sleep in. With their relationship as it was, Prince Jing wouldn't just kick him out, right? But when he rushed into Jingtai Hall instead of his normally composed, indifferent self, he found Prince Jing looking uncharacteristically worried. Yi Qinghuan observed him for a bit and decided to ask him about it, even though he didn't know what had happened. He'd always been quite worried about this older cousin of his. Aww. Tianqi, what's wrong? Prince Jing looked up slowly, glanced at him, and passed over the cloth he was holding. Yi Qinghuan accepted it, unsure, and weighed it in his hands. The cloth was a bit rough and felt damp. There was even a couple of fish scales on it. Yi Qinghuan giggled and said, "Did you wrap your fish in cloth?" Prince Jing paused. Yi Qinghuan had also thought of his fish. He turned and ordered Wang Shi to bring a brush and paper, then ordered everyone else out of the room. Yi Qinghuan thought Prince Jing seemed more serious than usual, so he assumed that there was a very important matter to attend to. He held his breath and waited. When he looked up, he saw Prince Jing concentrated for a bit, then raised his brush and wrote, "Have you ever raised a yao?" What a question! Prince Jing thought that a fish who could turn into a human was probably not a ghost, but a yao, a fish yao. That is to say, Xiao Yu was most likely a fish spirit. Yi Qinghuan was dumbfounded. What kind of question was this? Yi Qinghuan, displeased, replied, "I can barely handle my own dog, so how could I have raised something like that?" He'd always thought Prince Jing didn't believe in ghosts and the like. Why did he suddenly start asking about them? This was so unlike the normal Prince Jing. Prince Jing stared at him, looking annoyed, as if he was saying, "Of course I know you haven't raised one before." After a pause, though, what he wrote was, "How does one raise a yao?" Yi Qinghuan was at the end of his rope. "Why are you asking these questions? Do you want to raise one? Stop that. And raise your fish properly. Don't mess with things like that, even if you are interested in them. Like, why you want to mess with, demons right now? I know spirit, but spirits or demons, dude, you got other problems." Ye-shizi both feared and believed in ghosts and gods, including the Yao Prince Jing was asking about. Prince Jing kept asking, "Why can't I touch them?" Yi Qinghuan sputtered, It's a Yao! A Yao, you understand?" Prince Jing had never met a Yao before, so he didn't quite understand. He's like, "No, I don't understand." "I figured you wouldn't." Seeing as no one was around, Yi Qinghuan leaned closer to Prince Jing and whispered, "It's said that Yao are powerful and can confuse the heart. If you meet one, they will suck away your essence. It's written in many novels." Ooh. Prince Jing considered this. He had never read a novel because he thought they were rather pointless. But listening to how Ye-shizi was describing them now, perhaps he had been too shallow. Yi Qinghuan said, "If you want to know, I'll give you some another day. You can read the stories, but you can't dabble in Yao." Prince Jing frowned. "Why not? Do Yao kill people?" Right, our first essence mention. Yi Qinghuan thought carefully back to the stories he used to read. The Yao in those books all tricked scholars into marrying them, sucked away their essence until all that was left was a bag of bones, were ultimately dealt with by passing monks and Taoist priests. Yi Qinghuan vaguely said, "They probably wouldn't kill you, but they'll make you wish you were dead." Prince Jing was suddenly curious. If they weren't going to kill him, how would they make him wish he was dead? Yi Qinghuan was incredibly stressed. Why did he and Prince Jing have to talk about Yao? Was it a good thing to get involved with them? And why did Prince Jing actually seem interested? Prince Jing seriously wrote, "How exactly do they suck away this essence?" Li Qinghuan stared at the note. He had just wanted a bed to sleep in. He had no answer to this, so he made the executive decision to kick himself out of Jingtai Hall instead. "I'll bring you some books tomorrow." Faced with Ye-shizi's quick escape, Prince Jing was still left with many questions and much that he wanted to know. It seemed that despite being the one who'd accidentally enlightened him, Yi Qinghuan could not explain. Wang Shi returned to ask him, "Your Highness, shall we return to the manor?" The reason they'd come to the palace was to help the Duke of Cheng'en's son out. Since Ye-shizi was fine now, Wang Shi thought his master might want to return to his own residence. No, he really does not want to explain the birds and the bees to his older cousin right now. I don't blame him. Prince Jing nodded. He had to return as quickly as possible. There were a lot of eyes in the palace, so it wasn't a good place to have a carp spirit. He's like, "Yep, gotta go for the fish." Wang Shi thus ordered servants to pack Prince Jing's things up, but there really wasn't much. The main thing was their little master fish, and this time Ye-shizi's Xiangfang as well. Prince Jing ordered, "Return Xiangfang to Cheng'en Manor." As for Xiao Yu, Wang Shi had already put the small carp into the crystal bottle and brought it to Prince Jing, just as Prince Jing preferred it. Liu was extremely happy. He had a great night's sleep and was feeling awake and refreshed. He thought he had heard Ye-shizi's voice that night. Did this mean the second prince's plot to frame Yi Qinghuan was successfully thwarted? He hadn't received a completion prompt from the system yet, but he couldn't think of anything else he had to do. That would be the most awkward job ever, just giving the birds and the bees talk every single time it became relevant. Probably just like a palace physician or something of that nature. Or a courtesan. Prince Jing hesitated for a moment, but didn't take the crystal bottle. Finding out that Xiao Yu was a carp spirit was one thing. Finding out how to deal with him was another. Felt a little weird for him to tease his fish the way he used to, but the thought of abandoning his fish or sending him away. Prince Jing's expression cooled, and he took the crystal bottle from Wang Shi. He planned to observe Xiao Yu for a while after they returned to his manor. He'd been looking for the young man, who ended up being Xiao Yu, for a long time, but Xiao Yu had always tried to wipe away any clues that would lead to him. This meant Xiao Yu didn't want him to know his true identity. Well, probably. I could see it being more of a practical demonstration, especially since he's male, so they have less stipulations about purity in that regard. So I could see if it was more of a physical demonstration. If Xiao Yu didn't want him to know, he would just observe and wait. He still didn't know why Xiao Yu had come to him or what he planned to do in the future. He could wait to show his cards until he had figured those things out. Yeah. But Yi Qinghuan said Yao would make him wish he was dead. Would Xiao Yu do that to him too? Prince Jing gazed at the little carp bobbing happily around in his crystal bottle. Xiao Yu sometimes turned around and spat bubbles at him mischievously. In spite of himself, Prince Jing found himself smiling from the depths of his heart. Yi Qinghuan must have been exaggerating. He could tell that this fish wouldn't harm him. He wouldn't have so easily accepted the fact that Xiao Yu was a carp spirit otherwise. Liu spun around once inside the bottle and floated casually in the water. Ever since they started using the crystal bottle, he didn't have to worry about being stuck in one place, and he could even bask in the sun every now and then. Prince Jing always had a firm grasp on the crystal bottle, and when it swayed on occasion, it felt quite nice, probably like being in a swing. Liu was drifting nicely with the motion of the water when a scale fell off of him. At first, he thought his eyes were deceiving him, so he shook his head, but a scale had already fallen off. He only realized recently that he'd been losing scales a lot over the past few days. Perhaps he used his brain too much, or he'd been shocked. He wasn't really a proper fish, so he didn't know how his scales were falling off. He'd whined about the idea of losing his scales before, but he hadn't been serious. Now they were actually falling off. He didn't feel anything when he lost them or anything, and it was fine if it would just happened once or twice, but would he lose all of his scales if this kept going on? If a person lost too much hair, they turned bald. Would a fish become a bald fish? But he wasn't even that old. Liu couldn't imagine what life would be like without his scales, and he didn't know if he could put them back on. He anxiously picked up a scale. There was a pudgy, tender sort of... Liu poked at the spot where the scale just fell off. It seemed like it was his flesh. Liu pressed the scale into the flesh, and this neighboring scale also fell off. Like, I know he's freaking out, but that's kind of funny. Oh, sob! Was he suffering from descaling? Walking alongside them, Wang Shi saw the fish picking up his scale and almost laughed out loud. Prince Jing glanced at him, and Wang Shi immediately turned away as if he hadn't seen anything. However, Prince Jing also saw the scales fall off his fish and thought back to the ones he saw on the cloth. It did seem pretty severe. Even though he was a carp spirit, it made him seem quite pitiful. Prince Jing frowned and gestured to Wang Shi. Have the imperial physician come by and take a look at Xiao Yu. Wang Gonggong felt like with this trip into the palace, His Highness had changed from simply liking his fish to liking his fish in an unusual amount. Even the doctor he requested had gone from a mere servant to an imperial physician. He freaks out in the funniest way. He really does. Here's another fun chapter for you. Chapter 33, Fishy Suck. Wang Shi wasn't sure if the imperial physician could cure Master Fish Xiao Yu's illness, but he couldn't go against Prince Jing's orders, as expected of a man who cared for His Highness Prince Jing the most. Wang Gonggong asked around and summoned an imperial physician who also had a fish at home. That was probably good enough. Wang Gonggong brought the imperial physician to Prince Jing's residence. This imperial physician, who had the surname Shu, had dealt with many strange and mysterious diseases, so when he found out that Prince Jing had summoned him to look at his pet fish, he remained calm and unfazed. To make it easier for imperial physician Shu, Prince Jing placed his fish in the shallow, petal-shaped tea bowl so that it could be examined more easily. Just now, Liu's fishy instincts had taken over as he fluttered a few times in the fishbowl, and he lost 2 more scales. He didn't dare move around too much anymore and gazed pitifully at Imperial Physician Shu with wet eyes. This physician should be able to cure him and prevent him from turning into a bald fish, right? Without his gaze ever leaving the fish, Prince Jing coughed lightly and turned the teacup around, so Xiao Yu's face was pointed at him. He asked Imperial Physician Shu to look at the spine, and there was indeed some lost scales on Liu's spine as well. The doctor's just like, whatever, I'm on the clock. I'll look at the fish. He is completely unfazed, so you know he's a veteran. Not a veterinarian, but a veteran. The imperial physician, it's probably a nice break. Probably. The imperial physician looked over the fish carefully, then examined the teacup before coming to a rough idea of what was going on. He stepped forward and said, Prince Jing, from what I know, most fish scales grow along with them, so they don't shed or change the scales. There could only be two reasons for the scale loss, either some external reason or an illness. When the little carp heard illness, he trembled. Prince Jing knew his own fish well, so he immediately looked at Wang Shi, who said, If you need any medicine, please don't hesitate to let His Highness know. If we don't have it at the manor, then we'll find a way to get it. Wang Shi glanced at Prince Jing uncertainly, and Prince Jing nodded, so Wang Shi added, But you must not hurt Master Fish Xiao Yu. Imperial Physician Xue smiled slightly. I understand, but please allow me to be frank. Your Highness's fish seems to be very healthy, so it shouldn't be an illness. Perhaps he accidentally bumped into something when he was swimming. It should get better after a few days of rest. I imagine that they see a lot of stuff. At least no one's dying. With all the palace intrigue that we have seen even over a short period of time, yes, I feel like they're very busy too. So. Thought Liu, what a beautiful misunderstanding. Prince Jing put him in a tea bowl for the consultation, so Imperial Physician Xue thought he was normally kept in the tea bowl and that bumps were inevitable since he only had a narrow space to swim in. The physician himself raised a group of koi at home, who often bumped into each other when competing for food and lost scales that way, so he naturally thought Xiao Yu was losing scales for the same reason. Oh, so he actually has a little knowledge. That's nice. But Liu himself was sure that wasn't it. The fish tank Prince Jing prepared for him was definitely large enough for him to swim around in, and he rarely bumped into anything. If his scales were falling off because of the impact from his jumping, they would fall off from a specific area. But right now, it seemed like he was losing scales everywhere, no matter what he did. Even if he just blew bubbles, Liu didn't really dare to move anymore. He was just thankful the scales didn't fall off in large patches, or his fish body would really be too ugly. So Imperial Physician Xue's suggestion probably wasn't the real reason for his scale loss. Liu was a little disappointed, but it wasn't bad news as long as he wasn't sick. He comforted himself. Perhaps a transmigrated fish body was different from a normal fish body. Even a dog as large as Xiang Fang would shed hair even though he was fine, so it was probably normal for him to lose some fish scales. Right? But would his tyrant master dislike him because of this? Probably not, right? He was just a black carp that was meant to be food. He got to where he was today, not through his beauty, but through his cuteness. Would he not be cute anymore if he lost his scales? Liu spent so long trying to comfort himself that he ended up almost completely inside his own head. Prince Jing was influenced by the imperial physician's words, that keeping a fish in a tank that was too small would cause it to lose its scales. Oh no. You just told Mr. Moneybags that his gigantic, very luxurious fish tank was too small. I see foreshadowing. That keeping a fish in a tank that was too small would cause it to lose its scales. Since Prince Jing knew that Xiao Yu was a carp spirit now, it did seem wrong to keep him in an ordinary fish tank. There's nothing ordinary about that fish tank. Once he'd sent Imperial Physician Xue away, Prince Jing came to an immediate decision. He gestured at Wang Shi to come over. Since his orders were a little more complicated this time, Prince Jing wrote them out, and Wang Shi's eyebrows almost flew away from his face as he watched the brush move across the page. Upgrade time. After Prince Jing finished writing, Wang Shi knelt and said in a trembling voice, Your Highness, was this okay? Wang Shi had guessed that Prince Jing wanted to switch out the fish tank for Master Fish, but he'd never imagined it'd be this kind of fish tank. Prince Jing blew on the ink once he had finished writing and signaled with his eyes, Go on. Hurry. Wang Shi had been with Prince Jing for many years, so he knew that once his master made a decision, nothing could change his mind. Wang Gonggong didn't bother saying anything else and scurried away to carry out his orders. Liu watched them leave in confusion. What had Prince Jing just done? After Prince Jing was finished with those arrangements, he habitually went to rub his poor fish's back, but he remembered at the last minute that Xiao Yu was losing scales. If he touched him, more scales might fall off. He had to listen to Imperial Physician Xu and take care of his fish, even more so because this was actually a carp spirit. Prince Jing, who'd decided without blinking to commission a new fish tank for Xiao Yu, now hesitated. That same fish he always touched was actually a boy. He couldn't bring himself to do it anymore. The little carp saw him reaching out with a finger and swam over and waited for Prince Jing to touch him. But Prince Jing stopped at the last moment. No way! Did Prince Jing not like him anymore? Liu wrapped his tail around Prince Jing's finger, seeking a sense of security. Prince Jing normally loved this kind of touch, but now he was starting to have wild thoughts. If this was a tail on the fish, what was it on a carp spirit? The fish head must be a person's face, so the tail should be his feet. Oh, here comes the foot fetish of the time period. A pair of delicate ankles flashed across Prince Jing's mind. For a moment, he just sat there. Them ankles, them toes, them wrists. Ooh, the collarbones. Oh my goodness. For a moment, he just sat there. Then he stood up so abruptly that he startled the little carp, who swam aside and stared at him, confused. Prince Jing realized that he was a little too worked up. Afraid that Xiao Yu would realize he was acting strange, he stuck out his finger as usual. Liu swam forward expectantly, but Prince Jing didn't touch his back or tail. Instead, he tapped his head gently. The nape of the neck was also a big thing back in the day. Yes. This again, thought Liu. What exactly does it mean? Though Prince Jing had ordered the production of a new fish tank to be carried out as fast as possible, it would still take a few days for it to be finished, so he had to put Xiao Yu back in the crystal fish tank for now. Oh, the horror, the giant, luxurious fish tank. He gave him the best food during this time. For his part, Liu was still losing his scales, and he no longer dared to move around too much. How was he going to finish his missions if he couldn't even move? He was very worried. Right when the little carp thought he was truly going to turn into a bald fish, Xianqing Palace issued several imperial decrees. The emperor took away all of the second prince's positions and gave him the title of the Marquis of An. The Marquis of An was not given another residence and was instead confined to the residence he was currently in. Noble consort Chu was demoted to concubine, and as her house arrest from last time had not yet ended, it was set to continue. The emperor issued both punishments and rewards. The House of Chang'an was promoted to a higher class, and Yi Qinghuan himself was promoted to a higher title as well. The emperor allowed the house of Chang'an and King Jingju to choose the date for the wedding themselves and build a residence for the princess of Jinju in the imperial city. The changes he made showed that the emperor was quite determined. The emperor had been thinking about how to punish the second prince for trying to frame Yi Qinghuan. When noble consort Xu of Shangshu Palace had heard the news, she knelt in front of Xianxing Palace and wouldn't get up. In the end, the servants had to carry her back. The emperor had refused to see her and instead went to Changchun Palace alone, where he remained seated in front of Empress Xiao Huai's memorial tablet for the entire night. The female corpse in Yanyu Pavilion turned out to be a death row prisoner from Heavenly Prison who had passed away from illness several days ago. The emperor knew that Ye-shizi had plotted against the second prince, but Yi Qinghuan had clearly been acting out of self-defense. In the end, the second prince had been the one who started it, and the one who acted like an idiot. If he had succeeded, how would he have explained it to King Jinju? Had the second prince never considered the big picture, or did he think the big picture could be sacrificed for the sake of his own goals? The emperor didn't mind if his sons used a few underhanded measures here or there, but the second prince had taken it too far. Just because of his future crown prince status, he had impulsively lashed out at anyone he felt like. Even if he did ascend to the throne in the future, there was no way he would be able to command the people's respect. That'd be interesting if Empress Xiao Huai was the system. I kind of like that idea. That would be a fun AU. I don't know, though. Kind of want to see that written. If anyone in the chat wants to write it or finds a fic like that, feel free to share it in the posts, because that sounds amazing. Cool idea, Truffle. I've never thought about it, though. Just because of his future crown prince status, he'd impulsively lashed out at anyone he felt like. Even if he did ascend to the throne in the future, there was no way he would be able to command the people's respect. Of course. The candidate he had previously favored was clearly not suited for the throne. The favor he'd shown the second prince had gone not only to noble consort Xu's head, but the second prince's as well. If he was unable to handle a little attention now, what would happen in the future? I mean, I enjoyed the wild theory you came up with. I kind of hope someone writes it. It'd be really cool. Luckily, the emperor had told very few people about this possible choice and hadn't officially announced the second prince's candidacy for the crown prince position. As things currently stood, calamity had been averted, which meant that this was the best outcome. If the second prince did not receive the punishment he deserved, however, it would forever disappoint the house of Chang'an, Prince Jing, and most of all, Empress Xiao Huai. I love how the one he's most worried about is the dead lady. Like, she will be most disappointed, not the people that are still alive to be disappointed. I get where the sentiment comes from. I do. But I just love that that's where his priority lays. Like father, like son. The sentiment is, I care about the fish. Sentiment is, I care about the empress. After the emperor collected his thoughts, he issued another decree. Nobody was allowed to voice their opinion on this matter. These decrees nearly caused the court and the back palace to explode. There was an unwritten rule in this dynasty that if a prince was given a title early, he had no chance at the throne. Prince Jing was an example. Everyone knew that the emperor had given Prince Jing his title to appease him, as his Dai son, but the second prince's situation was different. The second prince was not given the title of prince, but of marquis. The emperor had decreed it in a hurry without discussing it with the Ministry of Rites. It was obvious that the second prince had completely lost favor. When she received the decree, the former noble consort Xue, the current concubine Xue, fainted on the spot. Hope started to blaze in the other concubines who had sons, especially the third prince's mother, concubine Xian. If the second prince wasn't a viable option, then the next in line would naturally be her son, the third prince. Of the court counselors, who had previously supported the second prince, believing that their high position and wealth was guaranteed, not many would continue to help him. Most had begun making other plans. In comparison to the palace, where some were happy and some were worried, Chang'an Manor outside the palace was covered with festive decorations, auspicious and peaceful. Yi Qinghuan and the Princess of Jinju had already exchanged their gentai, so that's cards exchanged for betrothal with information on it such as one's name, birth chart, ancestry, etc. And the Duke of Chang'an and King Jinju were choosing a date for them already. As for Prince Jing, though he wasn't mentioned in the imperial decree, he was also rewarded. The emperor ordered head eunuch Lua to bring a set of Swate jade boxes for Prince Jing to set fish food in. I don't think I'm saying that right, but we're just going to keep going. The emperor had seen the bamboo box Prince Jing was using at the imperial banquet and felt a bit sorry for him. Swate. Okay. Thanks. The emperor had rewarded Prince Jing, but Liu was happiest of all. The new fish food boxes were engraved with a fish design, and the emperor seemed to have had them made especially for him. He'd heard that Swate jade was extremely valuable, so using it to make fish food boxes made Liu feel like his worth had doubled. There's a bird food called Swate. Suet. Cool. It's my fun fact of the day. As soon as the imperial decree was issued, there was something else he could be happy about too. The emperor understands the sort of gifts the prince you want. Huh. Basically fat. That's cool. The impenetrable defense side quest was updated. The emperor's edicts had laid out both punishments and rewards, and Liu realized that the side quest could only be considered complete once good was rewarded and evil was punished. His scales falling off was one matter, but he still had to collect his mission reward, so Liu entered the system. He'd never been too invested in the rewards for the side mission, but after patiently listening to the fish scamming system introduce the rewards one by one, Liu's jaw nearly fell to the ground. The reward for the impenetrable defense side quest was a completely new type of fish scales. There were 5 colors to choose from: gold, red, green, silver, and purple. Imagine if he chose purple. Had he been losing scales recently because the mission would reward him with new ones? You're overthinking, user, the system informed him immediately. Your scales keep falling off because normal fish scales can no longer handle the intensity of your behavior. Oh. Since the fish scamming system wasn't trying to hide anything, Liu had to believe he really had messed around too much and his scales couldn't stand it anymore. But I haven't really been moving around that vigorously, Liu thought, without any self-awareness, forgetting that he was constantly jumping up and down across Prince Jing's room. The system informed him that the strength of the new fish scales would be better, and once they'd been replaced, they would not fall off. Liu was extremely happy to collect this reward, but his new scales were so different from his original scales. Only koi had flashy colors like that. If he had them, did it mean that he could actually become a koi fish? He was a little curious. He definitely wanted to turn into a human at the end, The system only said, "There's no need to worry, user." Liu became more alert. Usually, when the system told him not to worry, he was about to get scammed. He was used to it by now, but he was afraid that his tyrant master, who'd been a little cold to him recently, would suddenly grow suspicious of him. But since his original scales kept falling off, he might as well use the new ones that had just arrived at his doorstep. User, please choose a color and confirm your reward. Such bright colors. They're all about the same anyway, right? Against his conscience, Liu picked the color closest to that of a koi, gold. The system forced him out after he confirmed his selection. How rude. After returning to reality, Liu glanced at his body, but his scales were still as gray as before. Did the reward not take effect yet? When he raised his tail, a row of scales fell right off. Liu was incredibly embarrassed. Since they're falling off like this, will my tail be bald first? He glanced at his tail and suddenly froze. There was a touch of gold peeking out of his originally gray-black fishtail. Wang Shi brought some people over to change the water for Liu. He was chasing his tail in circles when he heard Wang Gonggong gasp. Your Highness! Your Highness, look! Wang Gonggong cried out in surprise. Prince Jing rushed over at once. Liu, with his gray-black tail and its gleaming of gold, swam around pretentiously. Your Highness, this servant has only ever seen koi with this shade of gold before. Wang Shi had always thought that Master Fish was smart. Definitely not an ordinary fish, but could it be that he was actually a koi carp? Even though his body wasn't really shaped like one? Prince Jing himself had never seen such a thing before either. When he took a closer look at Xiao Yu's tail, he saw that there were new fish scales growing from where the old ones had fallen off, and some of those new fish scales were golden. Oh, such a good song. Prince Jing had already determined that Xiao Yu was a carp spirit. Since he could turn into a human, turning into a koi was nothing. After all, koi were a kind of fish. Prince Jing immediately accepted this new development and calmly ordered Wang Shi to take meticulous care of Xiao Yu. Liu was surprised and happy that Prince Jing didn't seem to suspect anything. Was this what the system meant when it told him not to worry? It was rare for the fish scamming system to do anything good. Harsh. With that, his new scales started to come in to replace the old. You also immediately thought of the song. It's a good song! With Imperial Physician Xue had said most fish didn't shed scales, but it wasn't an absolute statement, so Xiao Yu could just be a type of fish that did shed. When he saw other scales falling off, Liu's entire mentality changed. They were probably falling because he was doing away with the old fish scales to make space for the new ones. He was excited to see what he would look like after all his new fish scales came in. I think you probably do too, Truffle. A day later, he had a whole new look. His overall body was still black, but there were many golden scales on his stomach and his tail. The system must have elected to just add to his original body color, he thought. Though it wasn't the whole body gold refurbishing Liu had imagined, the black gold coloring still looked quite distinguished. In any case, when the main quest, Tyrant's priceless pet fish, was complete, there was a side quest called Turn into a Koi still waiting for him. Perhaps he'd still be able to change when that came around. Weird reward, but okay. Yeah. The little carp, who was trying his hardest to turn into a koi, hid in the leaf blanket and giggled to himself. He'd practically had a makeover. Since Prince Jing accepted it, the servants wouldn't gossip about it amongst themselves, and Liu was even less worried about the rest of the people in Prince Jing's residence. He was only growing golden scales in inconspicuous parts of his body, like his tail and stomach, and most people didn't have the chance to approach his tank, so they might not have even seen his original appearance. What he didn't know was that when Prince Jing saw his new coloring, in order to prevent gossip, he ordered Wang Shi to make everyone in the residence recount the same story. That Xiao Yu was descended from Koi. He managed to cover up the whole situation for Xiao Yu impeccably. Now that he'd completed the side quest, Li Yu started thinking about the main quest again. After his scales stopped changing, he didn't lose any more, but his tyrant master still treated him a little coldly. He wasn't keeping his distance. Liu could sense that his master still loved to spoil him. He would pat his head, watch him swim around, and often just silently gazed at him. But he wouldn't rub him anymore like he did in the past, even though Liu looked so much more distinguished now. Did a distinguished fish not deserve to be rubbed? Phrasing. Yesterday, some books had been sent over from Chang'an Manor for some reason. Prince Jing seemed to be extremely interested in these books, immersing himself in them while he was in the room, and rubbed Liu even less. If Prince Jing didn't rub him, how was a fish to finish his missions? Again, phrasing. The little carp jumped out of the crystal fish tank. Ever since his scales had been replaced, he found that he could use his tail more smoothly. He jumped a few times, landing in the petal-shaped tea bowl on Prince Jing's desk, and splashed a couple of water drops onto the books that were spread out there. He didn't mean to. Liu only just remembered that when Prince Jing read books with him, Wang Gonggong would first put an absorbent towel on the table, and Prince Jing would keep the tea bowl area away from the book. But this time, since the fish had jumped out on his own, no protection measures had been put in place, and he accidentally got Prince Jing's book wet. Liu was agonizing over how he was going to salvage the situation when Prince Jing took out a dry towel and quickly wiped off the water droplets on the book. His dark eyes glanced at the little carp flapping around in the teacup. Liu immediately stopped moving, but the prince didn't chase him away. Prince Jing thought that Xiao Yu might want to read the book with him. Moving the tea bowl closer would be too obvious, so instead he imperceptibly moved the book towards his fish. The little carp carefully raised his head. Prince Jing was so concentrated. What kind of book was he reading? His tyrant master usually liked reading books on the art of war or travel books. Last time, Liu had fallen asleep while reading a book on the art of war. The little carp glanced back at the black title written clearly on the white cover. This time, the book was The Tales of the White Snake. Liu recalled that his original world had the legend of the white snake, so what was the tale of the white snake? Liu started reading the book, curious. The general premise seemed to be that of a white snake spirit that fell in love with a passing scholar and transformed into a human so she could marry him. Liu guessed that this was a folk tale. When he started reading, the white snake and the scholar had already exchanged wedding vows. The white snake was confessing her true identity as a snake spirit, and she softly said to the scholar, "Husband, us Yao all need to absorb essence." He was perplexed. It was difficult for him to read ancient books, but Prince Jing could read 10 lines at a glance. Before Liu could read how the snake absorbed essence, Prince Jing had already hurriedly turned the page. On the second night, the white snake spirit once again said gently, "Beloved, our Xiao need to absorb essence today as well." Prince Jing flipped the page quickly again. He flipped through over 10 pages like this. Liu estimated that the white snake spirit had probably absorbed the scholar's essence at least 10 times already, but he'd still read absolutely nothing. Oh, you poor, poor, innocent little fish. In the end, with one more page in the book, a great monk came and denounced the white snake for disobeying the way of heaven, protecting the fish's innocence. It's just an innocent little fish spirit. He placed the white snake in a golden alms bowl, and the scholar came to his senses to become a monk alongside this passing monk. Huh, this is quite similar to the legend of the white snake, Liu thought. But why was there so much stuff about absorbing essence and pair cultivation instead of the other plot lines? Because it's a yellow book. It's porn. Prince Jing closed the book. For some reason, Liu felt like his master Tyrant's ears had turned a bit red. Perhaps Prince Jing didn't like the ending of this book because he immediately started another one. Liu glanced at the title. It was called The Legend of the Fox Spirit. It was probably about a fox spirit that fell in love with a scholar and asked to pair cultivate when she went to his room in the middle of the night. The fox spirit was more powerful than the white snake spirit. The first night alone was a full 20 pages. Oh my goodness. Liu secretly counted as Prince Jing flipped the pages 20 times. He only realized afterward what kind of book it was. It must be an ancient story about lovemaking. Liu was incredibly amused to learn that Prince Jing actually read this kind of thing. No wonder he flipped the pages so quickly. Was his tyrant master shy? But it wasn't a huge deal to read this stuff. When Liu was still a human, he had just turned 18. Who hadn't read a bit of porn at that age? Prince Jing was a young man in his 20s, so in ancient times he should have had a courtyard full of children running around by now. What was wrong with seeing a bit of action in the book? He's a book talk girly. Liu tried to get closer. Master, I also want to see the indescribable things happening between a Yao and a scholar. Don't give it time. Prince Jing had just closed the second book when he saw his carp spirit reaching his head out, trying to get closer. Prince Jing couldn't help but smile and flicked his fish's head lightly. The little carp fell back into the teacup with a splash. Night had fallen. Liu wanted to secretly complete his main mission on this dark and windy night. The main mission, the tyrant's priceless pet fish, was almost complete. All he had to do was rub his fish lips against Prince Jing's. He had put it off recently because he was either trying to save people or losing his scales, but now it was time to finish up the main quest. Liu waited quietly in his crystal fish tank for Prince Jing to fall asleep. He waited a very long time after there was no more movement from the sleeping prince, and then he jumped out of the fish tank towards Prince Jing's bed. He was already quite familiar with this routine. He arrived at Prince Jing's pillow without a problem. He remembered that Prince Jing didn't blame him for getting his book wet during the day, so he was for some reason equally confident that Prince Jing wouldn't blame him if he got the pillow wet this time. The little carp jumped onto the jade pillow, aiming toward Prince Jing's face, and stuck his fishy lips out. He would never do this in human form because it was just too shameless. But he could afford to be shameless when he was a fish. I love his twisted logic about this because he's like, it's fine when I'm an animal, but as a human, I couldn't. It's too shameless. Like, Prince Jing was a little sleepy at first, but after he realized that Xiaoyu was a carp spirit, and especially after he started losing his scales, it was hard for him not to pay attention to the fish in the tank at night, aware of all his movements. He'd gotten into the habit of getting up to take a look at his fish after it fell asleep, and even though the scale loss issue had been resolved, this habit hadn't changed yet. It's so funny. It really is. When the little carp jumped onto the bed, Prince Jing was just about to fall asleep, but he suddenly heard a few flaps of a tail quite clearly. Prince Jing was awake at once. and he continued to listen. What was Xiao Yu going to do? Would he turn into a human? The sound of the fishtail was getting closer and closer, and Prince Jing was certain that Xiao Yu was coming towards his bed. When the fish jumped onto his jade pillow, a tiny droplet of water landed on Prince Jing's face, but in his excitement, the little carp failed to notice. Prince Jing didn't move either. He'd been observing the carp spirit in secret for the past couple of days, but he hadn't learned anything yet. If he woke up right now, Xiao Yu would definitely be embarrassed. If he continued to pretend to sleep, he might be able to figure out the fish's goal. Yep, Liu's a wild man. He could feel that the other parties, surrounded by an aura of water, was getting closer. Mwah! Something sharp touched his lips for just a moment. Prince Jing's breath caught in his throat as he realized what it was. The lively, sweet scenes from the books he had read about Yao and scholars, especially the parts he'd flipped through quickly, popped into his mind one after another. The white snake spirit and the scholar, the fox spirit and the scholar, all became this vexing carp spirit in himself. It wasn't hot in the room, but Prince Jing was covered with a thin layer of sweat. His body was stiff and his chest was burning. He didn't know what he was doing, lying there half helpless, half expectant, waiting for the carp spirit to go further. But instead, the carp spirit blithely turned around and jumped back to his fish tank. What? Was it so easy for the carp spirit to suck essence that it was over already? Okay, so initially I was going to end here, but we finished a little bit faster than expected. All right, how much? I kind of want to keep going. There's part of me that kind of wants to just finish the rest of it because it's really not that long. And I feel like it's not going to be that much for next time. You know what? We're just going to keep going, and when I get tired, and we'll figure out what to do next session. I don't sense any complaints from anybody about continuing, so we're just going to go. Chapter 34, Drunk Fishy. Having successfully stolen a lip rub from his tyrant master, Liu felt like there were fireworks going off inside his heart. He'd kissed his master's lips before, but perhaps because he was concentrating so hard this time, he felt like he'd gotten a bit lost in it. He jumped back into the fish tank in a silly, elated daze, only to find that the last step of Tyrant's priceless pet fish, the intimate contact with the Tyrant mission that he was expecting to be done with, it wasn't marked as complete. He was stressed. Had he been wrong from the beginning? Did pressing his lips against Prince Jing's not count towards the mission? At last, the system couldn't take it anymore and spoke up to give him a hint. User, you've already performed this action before. Repeating actions are not valid. Oh, so since they'd touched lips before, it didn't count if they touched lips again. Liu was very angry. He'd done it by accident before, but this time he'd been really focused and deliberate. He'd meant it this time. If repeats weren't allowed, why didn't the system tell him sooner? There was no repetition before you made your move, user, the system told him. Liu couldn't be more disappointed. Fine. You're the fish scamming system. Of course you're right. He thought the last quest would go nice and smoothly, that he'd be able to collect his reward immediately and get right into the koi side quest. Instead, the fish scamming system had given him an obstacle. If kissing didn't work, how else was he supposed to have intimate contact with his tyrant master? User, please think for yourself. The system was way too annoying. He was so close, too. Liu was so pissed off at the fish scamming system that he blew bubbles all night. When he woke up in the morning, his eyes felt a little sore. He saw that Prince Jing had dark circles as well, which meant he didn't sleep well either. He and his master were in the same boat. When a servant came to make the bed, he found the water stains that the little carp left behind on the pillow, and that the mattress was slightly wet. The servant promptly reported it to Prince Jing, who just waved his hand at him and had the servant change the bed. Liu had been confident about jumping onto the bed before he attempted his mission, but now he was even more so. Prince Jing had to be aware that he'd hopped over there at night, but he wasn't angry. This meant he could continue to visit at night from now on, right? His logic is so interesting. Unfortunately, he still hadn't figured out what entailed actual proper intimate contact, even after thinking all night. It wasn't that he couldn't think of anything at all, it was that there were only so many places a fish could rub up against. With each option more shameless than the last, Liu had to pick one that was not too shameful, but also never had been done before, which was the hard part. For example, Prince Jing's face. Liu had rubbed against his face a lot in his time as a fish, so that definitely wouldn't count. Liu was still thinking hard about areas other than the face when Wang Gonggong came to report that the Duke of Cheng'en's son had arrived. Prince Jing felt it was unfair to keep the carp spirit inside all the time, and besides, Ye-shizi was already familiar with Xiao Yu, so he decided to take his fish to see Ye-shizi and get some air. Yi Qinghuan was still delighted with his recent successes. His marriage to the Princess of Jinzhou had been set for after the second month, and of course, considering his relationship with the House of Cheng'en, Prince Jing was obviously invited. Ye-shizi was quite sincere. He came to give Prince Jing the invitation himself, and even brought 2 jars of wine with him. We know how wine and Danmei stories go. I think we're in for a good time. Hang on. Here we go. Grandfather brewed these 2 jars of green plum wine. Yummy. Plum wine is good. He brewed it himself. He insisted that I bring them to you. Ye-shizi put the wine down. Liu recalled then that the book had mentioned the green plum wine from Cheng'en Manor before. Yi Qinghuan's grandfather, the former Duke of Cheng'en, and Prince Jing's grandfather, had once brewed a jar of green plum wine for each of his children. These jars of wine had been buried to be dug up when his children were married. This was quite the elegant ritual. When Prince Jing's mother entered the palace, she did so as an empress, so her wedding was not held at home, and the wine stayed buried in the ground. In the past, he hadn't had the opportunity to give it to her, but after Empress Xiaohui passed away, he'd never be able to. The former Duke of Cheng'en now had brewed wine for his grandchildren, so he asked Yi Qinghuan to take his own jar as well as Empress Xiaohui's. The former Duke of Cheng'en's had been in poor health for some years now and usually stayed in Cheng'en Manor to rest and recuperate instead of venturing out. He quite missed his grandson, Prince Jing, who lived alone in his own residence. As a prince, Prince Jing could understand things without needing to hear them said. Prince Jing understood why Yi Qinghuan had brought over 2 jars of wine. There was a faint glimmer in his eyes as he lightly stroked the jar that belonged to his mother. Aw. He accepted the wedding invitation too and glanced at it. This time, instead of having someone kick his cousin out, he asked Wang Gonggang to grab Ye-shizi a seat. Yi Chenghuan was overwhelmed with gratitude and sat down quickly. Ye-shizi recalled what he had seen and heard on his way here, and he brought it up casually without hesitation. Oh, right. I saw a lot of workers around your residence on the way over. Are you remodeling? Yi Chenghuan had seen several areas of Prince Jing's residence surrounded by fences, and from the inside there was the constant sound of digging. He and Prince Jing had known each other for many years, and he knew how indifferent he could be sometimes. Prince Jing had never put any thought into the layout and decor of his residence, and he hadn't changed anything since he moved in. This was the first time any sort of major construction project had taken place. Was Prince Jing jealous that he was getting married and wanted to join in on the fun? If that really was the case, Yi Chenghuan was quite happy with himself. Renovations! Prince Jing shot a sideways glance at Wang Shi, who stepped forward and ruthlessly shattered Ye-shizi's daydream. My lord, His Highness is building a new fish tank for Master Fish. OMG, is he going to make him a whole pond? I think you're picking it up quickly, Annika. What? So it was because of the fish, not him? Ye-shizi had already struggled to believe his dog could lose to a fish, but now it turned out that he himself had lost to a fish as well. He couldn't help complaining. Tianxi, isn't this too much? Liu was in his coral fish tank next to Prince Jing, still thinking about intimate contact, when he heard that there was going to be a new fish tank. His tail started to flick in excitement, and as he flicked his tail, he contemplated Ye-shizi's words. He'd been holed up in Prince Jing's room lately. With him losing his scales, the prince hadn't wanted to take him out and about. Prince Jing was always keeping an eye on him, so he had almost no chance to transform into a human and was completely unaware that a new fish tank was being constructed at Prince Jing's residence. Liu only has one thing on his mind. Yep. If it'd been a new courtyard he was building, Liu wouldn't have been able to tell who it was for. But since it was a new fish tank, it must be for him. Prince Jing only had one fish. A sob. Even though the Tyrant Master didn't pet him anymore, he still treated him so well. I love that he's so stuck up on the fact that Prince Jing doesn't pet him anymore. Like, he's genuinely upset about it. Liu squeezed out a bit of water from his fish eyes and swam to Prince Jing's hand, using his mouth to bump against Prince Jing's finger. Prince Jing was half listening to Yi Chenghuan complain when, out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed a dark shadow swimming over in the fish tank. The familiar touch on his fingertips made him put his hand out without even thinking about it. Before he realized what he was doing, Prince Jing had already grabbed the fishtail and tickled it. Without noticing, he actually... To the carp spirit, Prince Jing immediately regretted it. It was one thing to have done it in the past when he didn't know any better, but now that he did know, he shouldn't have touched the fish so casually. But the fish was swimming in circles in his palm. Prince Jing had stopped moving, but the fish's silky tail was still gliding between his fingers. He'd been raising Xiao Yu for so long, he knew that this meant he was happy. It seemed like Xiao Yu didn't mind it. In fact, he seemed to like it quite a lot. No, don't deny him his fish pets. Slowly, a smile appeared on Prince Jing's face. Did that mean Xiao Yu had the same hopes that he did? That they could just continue like this? Like they legit just want to live their happy fish tyrant master existence together. Like that's it. They just want to chill together. For now. Give it time. He'd been feeling melancholy over the thought of never having met his mother, but now that the sadness was swept away by Xiao Yu's tale, Prince Jing didn't take his hand back anymore. Li Hu was thrilled. Oh, he's petting me again! Ye-shizi was about to get married, so he was much bolder than before. Feeling like he was being neglected, he complained directly to the prince. But when he turned around, Prince Jing was focused on petting his fish and hadn't heard anything he said. Wasn't that enough? He'd lost completely, okay? Ye-shizi sidled up to Prince Jing. Tianxi, can I touch Xiao Yu too? He said with a smile. In exchange, you can pet Xiang Feng whenever you want. Even though Ye-shizi was always comparing Xiang Feng and the carp, he'd wanted to play with the slippery little carp for a while now. Ooh. Good luck with that, bud. Prince Jing narrowed his eyes, displeased. Who wants to touch your dog? Wang Shi, who was standing in wait at the side, understood the situation and quickly ordered someone to keep Ye-shizi at a distance. My lord, how could you forget again? He said, exasperated. His Highness doesn't like it when people bargain with him. Yi Qinghuan was surprised. That was considered bargaining? How is it not? He likes it even less when other people touch his fish. The only reason he didn't kick you out was because of the former Duke of Cheng'an, Wang Shi silently thought. Ye-shizi had no other choice but to stand pitifully in the distance, watching his older cousin touch his fish. He came to show off that he was getting married soon, but Prince Jing had turned the tables on him, and now he was showing off instead. Does the fish want to play with him, though? I mean, he's a pretty chill fish, so he probably wouldn't mind, but, he's also so Prince Jing coded, so it's 50-50 shot. Ye-shizi's eyes widened, though, as he noticed something extraordinary. There was gold on the belly and tail of the fish that Prince Jing was petting. It seemed different from the fish Ye-shizi had seen before. Ye-shizi stared at it for a long time, thinking that he was finally right for once. Tianxi, did you get another fish? Prince Jing ignored him. Wang Shi, smiling, said, My lord, what are you talking about? It's not a new fish, just that Master Fish has new scales. Fish can change scales? Yi Qinghuan had a look of disbelief on his face. How come I've never heard of such a thing? Prince Jing glanced at him mildly, and Wang Shi immediately said, Just because my lord hasn't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Besides, didn't your Xiang Feng also shed his fur? Yi Qinghuan had to nod, since Xiang Feng did indeed shed his fur. Every time he did, there would be piles of dog hair in Cheng'an Manor. But Xiang Feng wouldn't suddenly change the color of his fur, right? But Prince Jing's fish was also smarter than other fish, so he was probably just different, right? Yi Qinghuan blinked a couple of times and managed to convince himself. Prince Jing had no reason to lie to him. If he upset Prince Jing again, he'd probably be chased out of his manor. All right. Ye-shizi racked his brains, wanting to give Prince Jing a good impression, and managed. Actually, a fish changing scales was quite distinguished. Prince Jing nodded coldly at Ye-shizi. Liu, who was enjoying his rubbing, shook his tail and thought. Great minds think alike, Ye-shizi. Yi Qinghuan's hard work earned him a meal at Prince Jing's residence. See, the way to his heart is through his fish. Of the 2 jars of green plum wine the old Duke of Cheng'an had brewed, Wang Shi had safely stored Empress Xiao Huai's jar. Yi Qinghuan patted the other one. Grandfather brewed this one for me, so let's try some together. That's really sweet of him to share, considering this is literally the only jar that they have. So that it just makes me really happy that he has good family relationships with at least some people. Genuine relationships. Prince Jing didn't say anything, of course, but Wang Shi guessed what his master was thinking and brought 2 glazed cups for Prince Jing and Yi Qinghuan to drink from. The jar was opened and the sweetness of green plums wafted out, followed by the mellow aroma of the alcohol. Wang Shi used a long-handled silver ladle to scoop out the green plums at the bottom of the jar and place them into a white ceramic plate. It was customary in the empire not to eat the green plums while drinking green plum wine, but there were people who liked them. Wang Shi took them out so Prince Jing and Ye-shizi could use them as they liked. Yeah, it's really sweet. It is. Liyu's coral fish tank was also on the table. These days, he enjoyed the honor of dining with his tyrant master. While Wang Shi was preparing the green plum wine, Prince Jing had already given Xiao Yu a handful of red fish food and half a peach blossom pastry. Liu should have been satisfied with the fish food and peach blossom pastry, but when the green plum wine was opened, it was so fragrant that he could smell it from his tank. His ravenous stomach started crying out from yearning. I mean, I do enjoy some good plum wine. Not as much anymore since I've had some stomach issues, like I've kept back on alcohol, but when you find a really nice wine, I enjoy sweet wines, so like plum wine is usually sweeter. So I get it. I've never tried to eat the plums out of the plum wine, though. When the green plum wine was opened, it was so fragrant that he could smell it from his tank. His ravenous stomach started crying out from yearning. Yeah. Liu held a piece of peach blossom pastry in his mouth and floated to the surface of the water, sniffing the aroma of the green plum wine. Sob, he really wanted to drink the green plum wine, but Prince Jing definitely wouldn't give wine to a fish. He could at least watch Prince Jing and Ye-shizi drink it, though, right? Not sure they'd be really tasty. Yeah, it's one of those where, like, I'm not actually sure. One day. After Prince Jing fed his fish, he ate the remaining half of his peach blossom pastry. Yi Qinghuan looked on enviously. It was foolish of him in the extreme, he thought, to suggest that Prince Jing might raise another fish. Wang Shi poured out the wine for the 2 of them. In the dainty, elegant glazed cups, the green plum wine looked like bejeweled nectar. Prince Jing looked down at the clear wine, his slender finger fiddling with the cup lazily. It's one of the varieties of alcohol I do have to be careful of. Sweet stuff tends to hit harder in my experience. Yeah, I agree. Also kind of kicks back harder, too. He raised his cup and took a light sip. Across the table from him, Yi Qinghuan downed his cup in one gulp. Good wine, Yi Qinghuan wiped his lips and smiled. He didn't need Wang Shi to pour more wine for him. He did it himself. I like how he's really down to earth. He was like, I got it. Secretly watching them drink, Liu thought, Master is so handsome, so good looking. Ye-shizi really gulped that down. The scent of the green plum wine seemed to linger, tempting the fish immensely. Ye-shizi's unrestrained enjoyment made him want to drink it even more. With the way Yi Qinghuan was drinking, Prince Jing had only finished 1 cup by the time Yi Qinghuan had downed his 3rd. After the 3rd cup, Ye-shizi's ears were a little red and his eyes unfocused. Tianqi, Yi Qinghuan said with a hiccup and a smile, Grandfather brewed one for you too, so in the future... Prince Jing paused, put down his cup, and ordered Wang Shi to bring Yi Qinghuan some soup to sober up. Some people would just fall asleep when drunk, while others would blab about anything. Ye-shizi was in the middle. When he was drunk, he liked to gather people and talk a lot of nonsense. Prince Jing noticed that Yi Qinghuan was about to keel over, so he had no choice but to reach out to steady him. Only for Yi Qinghuan to grab onto him and start telling him about all the times his parents beat him for being a naughty child in the Cheng'en household. Prince Jing listened in a daze for a long time. Tell him about the home war stories. Liu knew that Prince Jing might have thought of his own childhood and was afraid that he might be sad, so he splashed the water a couple of times. Prince Jing heard the noise and turned around to look at him. His expression was reassuring. It took Wang Shi a lot of effort to hold Ye-shizi down and make him drink the soup. Ye-shizi was still blabbering on, and then out of nowhere he said that he didn't want to get married anymore. At least he's a friendly drunk. That's true. Liu was surprised. Even as lively and bold a person as Ye-shizi could get nervous, huh? One should never judge a book by its cover. Well, it wasn't like Liu couldn't understand. After all, Yi Qinghuan and the Princess of Jinju had barely exchanged any words with each other, yet they were expected to get married and live together for the rest of their lives. It was normal to be a little lost. Wang Shi is really the MVP. Truly. The hidden hero in our story. Perhaps the alcohol was an excuse for Ye-shizi to blurt out what he was too afraid to say otherwise. Say to outsiders. Sorry. Prince Jing couldn't understand Ye-shizi's feelings, and he wasn't good at taking care of drunks, so he had Wang Shi watch over Yi Qinghuan while he went back to his room with his fish. He noticed that Xiao Yu's eyes had been glued to his glazed cup the whole time, and thought maybe he wanted to try some, but green plum wine shouldn't be drunk so casually. Look at how intoxicated Yi Qinghuan was. But Prince Jing was still willing to satisfy the carp spirit's desires. He thought it over and took a plate of green plums that Wang Shi had taken out. If he just let him eat some green plums rather than actually drink the alcohol, it could be fine. As soon as Liu saw that Prince Jing had brought the green plums along with him, he started flapping his tail happily. Was Prince Jing going to give him the green plums? He must be! He must be! When Prince Jing returned to his room, he put down the green plums first and saw his fish staring intently at them. Prince Jing smiled and put his fish down too. At that moment, Wang Shi caught up and said, "Your Highness, Ye-shizi doesn't seem to be feeling well. Do you want to take a look at him?" In Prince Jing's residence, Wang Shi was usually the one in charge in Prince Jing's absence, but since Yi Qinghuan was the eldest son of the Duke of Chang'an, it wasn't appropriate for Wang Shi to make too many decisions. So he'd rushed over to ask Prince Jing for directions instead. Prince Jing understood that something had happened that Wang Shi couldn't handle alone, so he decided to go back. He was about to pat Xiao Yu's head when he realized that the carp spirit was staring so intently at the green plums that he hadn't even noticed his master was about to leave. Prince Jing suddenly felt that the plate of green plums he'd brought in was somehow a nuisance. A fish couldn't eat green plums. At that thought, Prince Jing suddenly remembered that he had been guarding Xiao Yu the entire time he was losing scales for the past couple of days. Though Xiao Yu had finished changing scales now, he hadn't turned into a human since they got back from the palace. Could he only turn into a human when Prince Jing wasn't there? At first, he was planning to mince the green plums and feed them to Xiao Yu, but he scrapped that idea. If he just left the plate of green plums there, would this carp spirit change back into a human? I love how, even when he's, about to do nice things for his carp, he's still semi-plotting, even unintentionally. Prince Jing gave his fish a long, prodding look before he rushed away to look after Ye-shizi. Liu stayed in his fish tank for a bit, listening. After he was sure that Prince Jing had left, he used his transformation skill. Ever since he got back from the palace, he hadn't had any time to transform because Prince Jing was always watching over him. He was touched, but it wasn't very convenient. An hour, though short, was still enough for him to eat and play around. There was nothing important for him to deal with right now, so he could transform into a human solely to eat the green plums and satisfy his craving. There were a lot of green plums on the plate. He watched Wang Shi scoop them out of the alcohol jar. No one would notice if he ate just one or two. It was safe. Liu habitually picked a set of underclothes from the closet and put them on. He sat in front of the table and picked up a green plum. The green plum wine was amber, but the plums were still emerald green. The emerald color and sweet, fragrant scent was enough to make him drool. Sorry, there's a weird clicking noise over there. Liu shoved the plum into his mouth and carefully bit down. The green plum was sour and sweet, and there seemed to be a lot of alcohol left in the fruit. The wine itself was sweet and fragrant, not too strong. He fell in love with the taste at once and immediately picked up another one. See, this is where it gets you. This is like trying to eat like chocolate, like alcoholic chocolates. I don't think they taste great, but like they have shockingly more alcohol than you would expect. Meanwhile, Prince Jing was learning that the soup hadn't helped Ye-shizi sober up at all. Ye-shizi was holding onto a pillar, crying and sobbing. Prince Jing listened to him wail for a while, blank-faced. This really wasn't something Wang Shi could handle. Prince Jing chopped straight down with his hand, and Yi Qinghuan fell silent. Prince Jing ordered Wang Shi to find a carriage to shove Yi Qinghuan into and sent him back to Cheng'an Manor, where his people would take care of him. Prince Jing had worked up a sweat handling Yi Qinghuan, but when he remembered that a carp spirit was in his room, he rushed back without wiping off his sweat, wondering if the spirit had really changed into a human or not. Would Xiao Yu have turned back into a fish already by the time he got back? When he pushed open the barely closed door, he was met with the overwhelming scent of alcohol. The young man he'd met several times before was sitting on the ground in a daze, his face flushed, his eyes unfocused, holding a plate in one hand while he licked the other. There was only one green plum left on the plate. Dude, he'd be so drunk. If there was a pile and he only had one left. Oh, he is wasted. What had happened here? All of Prince Jing's questions turned into a single thought as he laid eyes on the young man. He finally transformed. Prince Jing was a little delighted. He walked over slowly, thinking about what he should say to the human Xiao Yu. No, he couldn't speak. Even if Xiao Yu was human, it was still inconvenient. He had to find a brush and paper first. Oh, he is absolutely sloshed. Yes, he is. So is. Prince Jing paused for a bit and turned to look for the items, but Xiao Yu suddenly giggled, jumped up, and hugged him, nuzzling against him happily. Master, you're back? The young man's voice was soft, even a little nasally. The sudden hug made Prince Jing's heart swoop. At Jingtai Hall, the young man had called him Your Highness. So why was he calling him Master now? Xiao Yu's cheeks were red, his eyes bright. He carefully picked up the green plum with both hands and tried to shove it into Prince Jing's mouth. Prince Jing thought that this wasn't quite appropriate, but Xiao Yu was so enthusiastic that he couldn't resist, and he ate it from his hand. The green plum in his mouth was saturated with wine that was much stronger than the wine he had drunk. Prince Jing was surprised. He glanced at the bare plate and the numerous plum pits scattered on the ground. Did Xiao Yu eat almost all of them? He didn't realize the alcohol content in the green plums was so high. His fish was probably drunk off of them. Oh, yes, he is. Yes, he is. Is it yummy? I left it for you, Xiao Yu asked with a smile, lowering his head and nuzzling against Prince Jing's hand. For some reason, Prince Jing nodded. His heart was strangely warmed by the fact the fish had kept him in mind. Catching a whiff of the strong scent of alcohol on the young man, Prince Jing suddenly realized that this was a drunk fish who had transformed into a human, but forgotten that he'd transformed. So this was why he called him master. Oh, good night, Annika. I hope whatever you have to be up for tomorrow, you have a great time with. And also have a great rest of your day tomorrow. I will see everyone Thursday. We will probably end up starting a new book then, because I think I'm just going to power through it because it's pretty close to the end. But yes, have a great night. So I'm going to, if you stay for just a little longer, there's a picture. If you can stay for like 2 more minutes. But yeah. Such a large young man couldn't be held within the palm of his hand. Prince Jing didn't know how to deal with him, so he softly touched the drunk little fish's arm, hoping he would relax. Unexpectedly, the fish just lay down on top of him, as if he had no bones. Prince Jing was caught off guard. He thought his heart was going to jump out of his chest as he held this fragile young man. I'm so sleepy. Wanna sleep. The little drunken fish pouted and yawned, watery-eyed. He thought he was in his tyrant master's hands and the Prince Jing was going to pet him, but he was too tired and didn't want to be petted, so he nuzzled against his master's hand instead. Prince Jing had been nuzzled several times by the drunken little fish already, but he still wasn't sure how to react. He felt like the sweat on his back hadn't had a chance to dry yet. After a moment's hesitation, he tentatively circled his arm around the drunken little fish. If he was drunk and wanted to sleep, Prince Jing thought lying down might make him more comfortable. The well-intentioned Prince Jing helped his fish to his bed. The drunken little fish's eyes were almost closed, but he suddenly jerked them open. Not here. Where's my fish tank? The drunken little fish put his hands on his hips and looked around, on guard. Prince Jing obviously couldn't let a person sleep in a fish tank. Luckily, as the drunken little fish squinted and stared at the white sheets on the bed, he mistook it for his white stone bed. He walked over and lay down, kicking the jade pillow aside forcefully. Prince Jing wanted to wait until the fish was asleep to grab a handkerchief to wipe Xiao Yu's face with, but the drunken little fish had barely closed his eyes before he immediately got up again, rubbing his eyes and demanding, "Where's my leaf blanket?" Prince Jing was baffled. What's a leaf blanket? But then he recalled the leaf that he often saw on the little carp's body. That was probably what he wanted, but Prince Jing obviously couldn't fish out a few pieces of wet seaweed for a human to use. After some thought, he scrounged around the room and found a grass-green brocade blanket instead. Prince Jing was sweating profusely as he covered the drunken little fish with the blanket. As the familiar color swept across his vision, Xiao Yu wrapped himself in the blanket, satisfied, and murmured, "Thank you, ornamental mountain." Prince Jing wasn't sure how to react to that. He wanted to wait until the fish fell asleep, but the drunken little fish got up yet again. Head wobbling, he stared at the tyrant master in front of him for a while before he remembered that he hadn't finished his mission yet. "This system said repeated actions aren't valid," he said with a disgruntled frown. Prince Jing didn't know what kind of thing a system was, so he was about to write it down, but the drunken little fish cupped the prince's in his hand and giggled. The little fish's teasing was making Prince Jing's heart beat thunderously in his chest. As the drunken carp spirit wanted to suck essence from him, he thought he would definitely cooperate. The carp spirit stuck his lips out, moved to the either side, and plopped his lips lightly against Prince Jing's throat. Taken completely by surprise, Prince Jing suddenly found himself being nibbled upon. Okay. There you go. Oh, focus. 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 There it is. I hope that was worth it, Annika. Now you can go to bed. I was just like, wait, there's a picture. Good night. Yeah, there's just 2 chapters left, so I'm just going to finish it. So you will get to see book 2 when you pop in on Thursday. Yeah, the look on his face is so cute. He's like, oh my god. Chapter 35. The fish nibbled him. When Liu woke up, he was sleeping in his fish tank on his white stone bed, covered in his leaf blanket. He rolled over comfortably and suddenly remembered what happened before he lost consciousness. He turned into a human to eat the green plums, and they were so tasty that he couldn't help himself and kept eating them. The plums were soaked in wine, and he unsuspectingly swallowed a lot of alcohol. Even though he didn't feel it at first, by the time his mind started feeling fuzzy, there was really not much after that. Liu shot off his white stone bed with a start. Since he didn't remember anything after the drunkenness, how did he get back into his fishy body? Did someone else? Did Prince Jing see him? But he glanced at his leaf blanket and quietly rejected this idea. He was lying securely on his white stone bed and was covered in his leaf blanket. He must have done all that himself after he turned back into a fish. It couldn't have been anyone else. And besides, if Prince Jing saw him transform, he would definitely trap him. He wouldn't let him lie comfortably in his fish tank. So he must have turned back into a fish before Prince Jing came back and jumped into his fish tank before falling asleep. Liu swam around the tank for a bit. He was a little tired, probably because he'd been drunk, but he felt better after moving around. Liu pressed up to the wall of the crystal tank to observe the room. The mess on the ground had been cleaned up, and Prince Jing was sleeping quietly on his bed. It was as if Liu had never gotten drunk off the green plums. He took a deep breath. Well, no news was good news. He probably hadn't caused any chaos then. He was so terribly anxious about the main mission that now that he was calming down, he wanted to enter the system first thing and check whether Intimate Contact had any new notifications. If not the face, then maybe the ears or the throat. Considering how much Prince Jing spoiled him, he could probably go for the nibble and deal with the consequences later. He just wasn't sure which one he should choose yet. He didn't expect to be hit with the quest complete notification as soon as he entered the system. What? Wasn't the main quest the only thing in progress now? Liu clicked open the Tyrant's priceless pet fish and found that the main mission, the one that had tortured him for such a long time, had at last been completed. He was just as shocked as he'd been when he'd first woken up. He immediately took a look at the details of the mission and confirmed that the last step of Intimate Contact had indeed been completed. But when and how? He was flabbergasted. When you were drunk, the system helpfully informed him. Liu trembled a little. What did he do when he was drunk? And where did he end up biting Prince Jing? He must have nibbled him somewhere. Otherwise, this step wouldn't be complete. He just didn't know whether it was the ears or the throat. He should at least find out that much before he died. You bit the Tyrant's Adam's apple. From now on, Liu thought he had no respect to speak of. As for whether or not he used his human or fish body to bite him, the system didn't tell him. Liu didn't question it either. He thought it must have been while he was a fish, or he wouldn't have lived long enough to even enter the system. That was at least a blessing in a mountain of misfortunes. The system asked him if he wanted to collect his reward. Since intimate contact was the last step of the Tyrant's priceless pet fish main mission, the reward was the final prize for the entire main quest. Liu dragged himself out of his funk and got ready to collect his reward. The reward was all of his stats were doubled. At first glance, all stats sounded a little vague, but Liu's tail, healing ability, and other things that had been strengthened before all counted as stats for this transmigrated fish. So Liu figured that it was probably related to those. Obviously, he clicked accept. He heard the system pause for a second before it mechanically droned on. Congratulations, user! Your inventory space has increased to 4. Your transformation time has doubled. The strength of your tail has doubled. Your healing has doubled. Liu was ecstatic. He didn't realize that his inventory space and the duration of his transformation could also double. The increase in inventory space meant he could carry a lot more things. And did the doubling of the transformation time mean that it had gone from 1 hour to 2 hours? That's usually what doubling means, yes. Liu checked the description of his inventory space and transformation skills and found that this was indeed the case. He was so excited that he completely forgot all the distress he was in earlier. He's a simple fish man. Priceless Pet Fish was thus completed, but the main quest hadn't been updated yet. The system said. Now, the Moe Pet system will adjust the next main quest to the relationship between the user and the Tyrant Master. After the adjustment, the user will be notified of a new main quest. Liu nodded in understanding. He had done another mission before that had also been adjusted according to his relationship with Prince Jing, so this wasn't new to him. He generously thought that if the system didn't give him a new main mission immediately, it was basically like taking a vacation. That wasn't all bad. You've met the conditions to start the side quest. Turn into a koi. The system reminded him. Would the user like to begin? Did that mean he could start on the side quest first? Liu was cannier now, he asked. Does this mission have a time limit? There is no time limit. The user only needs to complete the quest. Like other side quests, there is no penalty for failure. The side quests were always so tempting that even though Liu had just been thinking about taking a vacation, he accepted it without a moment of thought. Let's do it then. Please start the side quest for me. Since he'd received his majestic black and gold fish scales, he'd been secretly looking forward to becoming a koi for a long time. In the system, the Turn into a Koi side quest lit up for him to select. The side quest was the same as the other fish scamming quests he'd done. There weren't many details, and there was only a single line of explanation. To become a koi, one must have the characteristics of a koi. As mysterious as ever, Liu didn't understand immediately. But with all his experience, he knew that he could just accept the task and leave it for now. No need to rush. There would be time to figure it out and complete it later. As he returned to reality, he was still suffused by the ecstasy of completing the main quest, so he took a leap in the water and swam around happily. There were a lot of things in the crystal fish tank now other than the white stone bed, aquatic plants, and piles of various jewels. Prince Jing had also set up an ornamental mountain of rocks for him, as well as a rocking chair. Liu paddled over to the rocking chair and rocked in it forcefully for a bit. Perhaps because he was too excited, the rocking chair couldn't contain him anymore, and it shook almost violently. Then, Liu slipped into the cave within the ornamental mountain. For some reason, the ornamental mountain was so beautiful today that he couldn't hold himself back, and he ducked into several caves, one after another. The system had strengthened him so much that he didn't bother memorizing all of the stats that had been doubled. He knew he'd be able to discover any useful ones through first-hand experience. Right now, for example, it was clear to him that his swimming speed had increased significantly. Liu played even more recklessly. He often swam around the cave, an ornamental mountain in the fish tank. Usually, there was no danger, but for some reason, giddiness gave rise to sorrow. He darted through a narrow cave that he'd always easily swum through before and found himself stuck. What's going on? I used to be super agile while swimming through caves. He looked around carefully and was embarrassed to realize that the size of his body had doubled as well. He used to be a small palm-sized carp, small enough to easily fit in one hand, but now he was the size of 2 hands. It was no wonder the rocking chair couldn't hold him anymore. The system had doubled his length and width, too. Liu wiggled fiercely, but he couldn't get out of the cave. It seemed that it wasn't just his length and width that had changed, but his height had as well. Most of Liu's body was stuck in the cave, and he couldn't muster up any strength in his tail. Even if he could, knocking down the ornamental mountain was out of the question. The crystal fish tank was taller than a person, and the ornamental mountain inside was quite large. Magic Rosebud, yep. If it collapsed, not only would it crush him, it would also make a lot of noise and wake up Prince Jing. I love that that's like, it sounds like waking up Prince Jing is his priority, not the mountain crushing him. The little carp didn't dare move. Someone would definitely find him once it was time to change the water, he thought. So the helpless little carp went back to sleep, right in the hole he was stuck inside. Soon after, Prince Jing woke up to look at his fish and realized Xiao Yu was gone. Shocked, he immediately looked all around the fish tank for him and found him at last sleeping soundly in the ornamental mountain. The corners of Prince Jing's mouth twitched and he poked the fearless fish. Why was he sleeping in the cave instead of sleeping on his perfectly good white stone bed? When the fish spirit had nibbled on Prince Jing's throat last night, Prince Jing had struggled to hold himself back from nibbling the drunk fish back. But the fish lay down on his chest after the deed was done and turned right back into a fish. The clothes he'd been wearing collapsed, suddenly empty. No matter how much Prince Jing was mentally prepared for it, it was still a great shock. Xiao Yu had been thrashing about, uncomfortable out of water. Prince Jing thought the carp had only shown his true form due to being drunk, and he hurriedly put Xiao Yu back into the fish tank. He even remembered that Xiao Yu liked to lie on his bed, enveloped in the leaf blanket, so he carefully put the fish on the white stone bed and wrapped him with the leaf. If the fish woke up and remembered last night, it would be the perfect opportunity to come clean to him. But instead, the fish had dashed straight for the ornamental mountain when he woke up. Prince Jing recalled that the drunken little fish had confusedly called him an ornamental mountain last night. It was both infuriating and hilarious. Once he was poked, Liu woke up. He flapped his tail happily when he saw it was his tyrant master. He struggled, but still couldn't get free. He could only look at Prince Jing pitifully, trying to beg for help. Prince Jing had been looking forward to the fish remembering what happened last night, but Xiao Yu's reactions were simply fish reactions. He sighed. Even Yu Qinghuan almost bumped into pillows when he was drunk. What could he expect a fish to remember? He would just have to keep an eye out for other opportunities in the future. Called him a fish brain. Xiao Yu flapped his fins, still unable to move. Prince Jing realized now that he was stuck. Torn between laughter and pity, he ordered someone to move the ornamental mountain aside. It took the servants a full 10 minutes to move the mountain, but the naughty little carp was finally out of danger, and he swam out and shook his tail. Prince Jing picked him up and carefully examined his body for injuries. The fish was fine, but Prince Jing realized the reason he'd been stuck was that he'd become much bigger. How did that happen? Prince Jing was able to accept the fact that Xiao Yu was a carp spirit, so growing bigger all of a sudden was hardly out of the question. But Xiao Yu had grown both bigger and started growing a new set of scales in such a short period of time. It put Prince Jing on guard. Was it possible that the carp spirit had run into trouble? Could he be going through a tribulation of sorts? The sort the stories were always mentioning, and it required him to constantly change his form? The books mention that the snake spirits in Foxiao were incredibly weak during their tribulation and needed to be taken care of at this vulnerable time. Prince Jing didn't know much about these trials and tribulations, but it was easy for him to take care of the carp spirit. Prince Jing ordered a remodel for the ornamental mountain. The caves, rocking chair, and white stones were all changed to fit Xiao Yu's current shape and size. Dude be rolling in money. Like, oh my goodness. The crystal fish tank was quite large, so Xiao Yu could still stay there a little longer. When the new fish tank was completed, he could move there instead. The crystal bottle and tea bowls, however, no longer fit him, so they needed to be replaced. When he had organized his thoughts, Prince Jing called over Wang Shi. Wang Shi gasped when he laid eyes on the little carp that had grown so enormously. Your Highness, how did he become so large? It was way too fast for a single day. Prince Jing grabbed a handful of food for his fish and glanced at Wang Gongong calmly. Wang Shu immediately understood what His Highness meant. Because I fed him. You got a problem with that? His Highness said so, then so be it. It was all fine as long as there was a reason. Wang Shu immediately shut up and followed Prince Jing's orders. Wait. Prince Jing rang the jade bell again, asking him to come back, then handed him a list of items. Wang Shi glanced at it and was privately startled. It was a list of all kinds of robes, shoes, and socks, which wouldn't have been strange if not for the fact that the size wasn't His Highness at all. Wang Shu glanced up at His Highness, confused. Prince Jing's face looked normal, except, that is, for the faint red mark at his throat. Wang Shi couldn't have been more shocked. As a servant, he knew very well what a mark like that meant. His Highness seemed to have someone he liked, and it was very possible that they'd been intimate already. But he, who took care of everything in the manor, wasn't aware of it at all, and Prince Jing never mentioned it himself. Was he in such a rush for these clothes because they were for the person he liked? It wasn't impossible. Prince Jing's getting tired of his clothes getting stolen. I think, well, it's just his underwear right now, so I think he's kind of like, yeah, maybe a little bit. Ever since they returned to the manor from the palace, there was one thing Wang Gongong couldn't figure out. When they'd last been at Jingtai Hall, he saw a disheveled little minx of a young man entangled with His Highness. Later on, when he quietly asked His Highness about him, Prince Jing told him that the person was the one who had helped him clear his eyes. Wang Shi was incredibly grateful and only realized afterwards that the little minx seemed to be the fish and clothing thief His Highness had been looking for, that male concubine of an unknown family. The male concubine had disappeared later on, and Wang Shi never saw him again. But when they returned to the manor, His Highness withdrew all the people he'd sent out to look for that male concubine. Wang Shi thought it was the least Prince Jing could do, since that young man had helped His Highness. Last night, after he'd sent the completely wasted Ye-shizi back to Chang'an Manor and returned to Prince Jing's residence, he'd heard someone say that a disheveled young man seemed to be present in His Highness's room. Wang Shi immediately sent the servants away, but the next day there was this red mark on Prince Jing's throat, and he immediately thought of the male concubine. After all, he was the only one Wang Shi had seen entangled with the prince before. He was happy to run errands for Master Fish, but when His Highness asked him to order clothes, no matter how he thought about it, the clothes were probably for the male concubine. His Highness was not only raising a fish, but also hiding a lover. Someone else's concubine at that, and he didn't seem to have any intention of revealing it. Wang Shi was conflicted. He felt both happy and worried, but his loyalty towards Prince Jing left him with no choice but to turn a blind eye to it. He sucked it up and ordered the clothes, then had them put in the designated wardrobe in Prince Jing's room. As for where the male concubine lived, that remained a mystery to Wang Shi. He believed that His Highness would allow them to meet one day. One day. When Li Yu was eating his fish food, he also noticed the red mark on Prince Jing's throat and felt his face heat up immediately. If that wasn't a mark of being nibbled by a fish... Any marks left on the Tyrant Master's body were always incredibly visible. It probably wasn't as bad as it looked, but Liu knew that he blacked out and had no sense of boundaries when he was drunk. So perhaps he had taken a pretty fierce bite. He'd nibbled Prince Jing, but he couldn't let Prince Jing nibble him back. He was thinking about it. Liu apologized silently, then turned around and grabbed a piece of peach blossom pastry to offer Prince Jing. Prince Jing didn't touch the pastry. He just tapped on the fish's head with a smile. Liu's head felt itchy, but why wouldn't his master let him know what tapping on his head mean? Liu's appetite had doubled, along with the size of his fishy body. After he finished eating his fish food, he quietly dragged back the peach blossom pastry he had put out as an apology. He had no choice. Fish got hungry if they didn't eat. Prince Jing also realized he ate more now. Not only was he not mad at Li Yu for eating the plate of green plums, he also started putting a lot of other delicious, beautiful snacks in his room, as if he was deliberately teasing the fish. Li Yu couldn't resist the temptation at all. He would end up craving whatever was left out. Prince Jing seemed to be busy recently, as he kept going out, only to return hurriedly at night. So whenever he saw something he wanted to eat, Liu would turn into a human and eat it. He had enough time to turn into a human and turn back into a fish without worrying. It was fine, he thought as he munched away. He was on vacation. Once, after transforming, he was flipping through the closet when he found several new sets of robes, shoes, and socks. These were very different from the ones Prince Jing usually wore. There was a note inside that said the clothes from Prince Jing's younger days had been temporarily placed here because they were cleaning out clothes. These clothes certainly didn't look old to Liu, but he figured since Prince Jing was a prince in ancient times, several new sets of clothing were made for every season. There were a lot more unworn clothes than worn ones. It was possible these were robes the prince had simply never worn. They had been dried and were very clean. The size fit him well, so Liu chose a light gold robe embroidered with green leaves and paired it with snow-white socks and shoes. He'd always been barefoot when he turned into a human before, and getting to wear shoes and socks was a rare novelty, so he happily put them on. After he got dressed, Liu would sit down and choose his favorite snacks to eat. Sometimes there would be a pot of tea at the perfect temperature on the table. Prince Jing wouldn't drink cold tea and would have the servants change the tea if it became cold. Liu thought it was going to be wasted if he didn't drink it, so he would secretly pour some out to eat with his snacks to balance out the sweetness. Someone had put a bronze mirror next to the closet for some reason, too. The first thing Liu usually did after transforming was put clothes on, and things were much more complete with the mirror. He often strutted around in front of the mirror, grimacing or smiling, but he still remembered the auntie who was punished for helping him in the manor. Those without an identity shouldn't go outside and wander around. He was satisfied with some tea and snacks. I love that he's spoiling him, even, when he's not there. Liu was merely relieving his boredom, and he didn't begin to suspect that the copper mirror was reflecting everything he did to the room next door. In the room, only separated by a thin wall, Prince Jing was watching him. He'd seen a human turn into a fish, so he wanted to see a fish turn into a human, right? He knew that Xiao Yu would never transform in front of him, so he pretended to leave in order to give him space. But he found that once his gaze was glued to Xiao Yu, he couldn't take it off. Whenever Xiao Yu put clothes on, Prince Jing had to look down. He wanted to see, but it didn't feel right. Xiao Yu had nibbled him, and he wanted to nibble back. Such a funny way to end a chapter. Alright, I think there's 2 more chapters. Okay, 3 chapters, but they're short. Fish wants to dual cultivate. Prince Jing didn't know why he felt such affection towards Xiao Yu. He only met him a few times in human form, and they'd barely exchanged words. In the beginning, he was a little curious about the young man who kept managing to escape from him, but he definitely shouldn't care this much. After he learned that the young man who saved him was Xiao Yu, who kept him company day and night, though, Prince Jing couldn't stop thinking about him. Because regardless if he was fish or human, Xiao Yu was always the one who was willing to treat him with sincerity. Over time, as he hid and spied on Xiao Yu like this, Prince Jing was able to learn many of his secrets. Xiao Yu loved to eat. Prince Jing had known this ever since he discovered the fish's enthusiasm for peach blossom pastries, so in recent days he spoiled the fish with plenty of tasty food. He would watch as Xiao Yu secretly transformed for just a bite. But Xiao Yu would only transform once a day, and no matter how much time the prince left for him, the little fish would turn back after about 2 hours. Once he changed back, he wouldn't turn into a human again, no matter how delicious the food was. Xiao Yu himself seemed reluctant to change back, however, so Prince Jing felt that it must not be because the little fish didn't want to change into a human again, but because he couldn't. Thus, Prince Jing theorized that the fish could only transform once a day for 2 hours. After he came up with this theory, Prince Jing's mood took a hit. The carp spirit would transform to eat, but he never wanted to meet his owner. Prince Jing thought back to the first time he saw Xiao Yu's human form. It seemed he wanted to go to the kitchens to eat then too, and if his eyes hadn't been injured last time, Xiao Yu wouldn't have transformed to save him. Even the letter to Yi Qinghuan had come from Xiao Yu via Xiang Fang. Prince Jing suddenly realized that he was no better than a snack or a bowl of rice to his fish. Ouch. Be a harsh realization. However, the simple-minded fish had not yet realized that his identity was exposed and was currently diligently cleaning up to hide the fact. Through the bronze mirror, Prince Jing watched as the fish rearranged the disorganized snacks, crumbling up the fruit peels and crumbs and then scattering them into inconspicuous corners. Oh my goodness, the ants. The carp spirit, whether as fish or as a human, was quite smart and vigilant. He never ate fresh fruits, which were hard to clean up. He mainly ate smaller snacks that could be stuffed into his stomach whole without leaving any debris behind. Xiao Yu obviously wanted to hide it from him, but he remained at the prince's side. If he realized that Prince Jing had found him out, he might run away again. Thinking back to the fish's methods, there were always careless oversights, but if one wasn't attentive, it was easy to be fooled. Prince Jing had been tricked this way and could sympathize. He was glad now that Xiao Yu didn't remember anything after he passed out. If he had, then Prince Jing might not have been able to find him again. After much thought, Prince Jing decided to suppress the urge to tell Xiao Yu what he knew and stay just as they were for the time being. He needed an opportunity first. It had to be an opportunity that would guarantee Xiao Yu would never leave. So until then, he couldn't do anything impulsive that might scare Xiao Yu away. A little possessive there, but not too bad. The books Yi Qinghuan gave him always mentioned that humans and Yao were different. Prince Jing resented that sentiment. Even people were different from each other. He was no weak scholar, and Xiao Yu was a fish that he kept by his side at all times. He would never allow them to be separated. But he still didn't know much about Yao or carp spirits. Prince Jing ordered servants to collect classic books on supernatural beings and Taoism. He wanted to know more about the carp spirit. For example, that Sis tome Xiao Yu had mentioned that when he was drunk. He didn't know what kind of tome this was, and as for trials and tribulations, he didn't know if Xiao Yu needed to go through one, but it was clear Yi Qinghuan's books weren't enough. They're yellow books. I don't think they would be. Soon his confidant found some ancient books that were supposed to be very helpful to Prince Jing. Prince Jing decided to get started immediately. He was very busy these days, leaving early and returning late, and when he did return, he would bury his head in a book, making his pet fish quite dissatisfied. He felt like he hadn't seen his master in a long time. Li Yu swam around in his crystal fish tank, suppressing his mischievous impulses and wondering what book Prince Jing was reading this time. If he was reading another scandalous book, he wanted to read it too. Masters should share good things. What was he being left out? After Liu got bigger, the tea bowls for him to jump around in the room also had to be larger. He always created a large splash when he jumped into one, and Prince Jing noticed him as soon as he jumped out. The prince smiled to himself when he saw the trail of splashes the carp spirit left as he jumped happily from bowl to bowl, knowing that Xiao Yu was interested. He set up the book properly and pretended to concentrate. Liu quickly reached the table. The petal-shaped tea bowl he usually sat in had been swapped out as well, and the bowl he landed in now was full lotus flower, over twice as large as the old one. Prince Jing had the lotus bowl carved specially out of red jade so it looked vibrant and lifelike under the sun. Dude, they've got to be keeping the jade carvers and jade workers, like, they're making bank right now from this fish. Like, for real. While in the lotus bowl, the little carp looked like he was actually sitting on top of a lotus flower. And since Prince Jing had noticed that the fish was especially fond of green leaves, he had the craftsman attach a ring of lotus leaves to the bottom of the bowl made of jasper to make it look even more lifelike. The little carp fell in love with it immediately. It wasn't the first time they were reading together, and Liu confidently swam to the edge of the tea bowl and tried to stretch his head out to peer at the book Prince Jing was currently reading. The book looked extremely old, and several pages were about to fall off. Liu thought that the book was probably older than Prince Jing. It must be telling the story of some 1,000-year-old spirit. Prince Jing noticed that his fish was trying to stretch his head out, so he picked up the lotus bowl and the fish together and placed them in front of him, facing the book. That way, his fish could read easily too. And if Xiao Yu had transformed right then, he would have been encircled by Prince Jing's arms. Prince Jing couldn't help imagining it for a moment. With a faint joy that only he was privy to, he started reading with his fish again. It's a funny statement. He started reading with his fish again. Liu was happy that Prince Jing was so willing this time, and he thought he could finally witness the elegance of ancient R18 material. But he spent the longest time trying his hardest to read it, and he wasn't able to understand a single line. How awkward. I was tricked, the little carp thought. This wasn't a novel at all. It wasn't even a book on the arts of war or a travelogue. This was a book on the cultivation of immortality. Didn't the system say that the main lead status as the protagonist wouldn't be affected? That Prince Jing could still become the emperor? Why had Prince Jing started reading books about cultivating immortality? Did Prince Jing, a proper male lead in a historical political drama novel, want to cultivate instead of become the emperor? That was way too hard. Liu never read cultivation stories. He's missing out. This was making Liu pretty worried. He snuck a glance at Prince Jing, afraid that he was really changing paths and wanted to become an immortal. Prince Jing's expression was solemn and concentrated, unlike Liu, who couldn't understand a single line. Though Prince Jing was mute, he was talented. He read this book quickly and even seemed to understand it. If he kept reading, he might actually ascend. Liu quickly flicked a bit of water onto the book. He had to quickly chase away any idea Prince Jing had of becoming immortal. Cultivation was too difficult. It was exhausting, and there was no good food to eat. If things went wrong, he might even lose his life. His tyrant master couldn't go off and cultivate, no matter what. Prince Jing watched as the old tome he'd spent an enormous amount of money to purchase was callously splashed with water. He glanced helplessly at his fish as Xiao Yu threw a tantrum. Perhaps the fish spirit had been alive for such a long time that he didn't care to read such simple books. Oh, you give him so much credit, my dude. Prince Jing switched to an even more difficult book. Liu was just about to flap his tail triumphantly for defeating the cultivation book when he realized that Prince Jing had switched to a book about concocting pills of immortality. You can't eat pills willy-nilly, and you can't read books willy-nilly either. Liu flapped again, getting Prince Jing's ancient book almost completely drenched. Prince Jing pulled out the last book with a darkened expression. Liu glanced at it. Dual cultivation? Dual cultivation? Liu's eyes widened. This was too much of a test. Even though he didn't read cultivation books, he definitely knew what dual cultivation meant. The edges of the book were almost worn away, so it must be a very deep topic. But dual cultivation? The little carp was quite conflicted. In the end, he raised his head. Ah, you have this type of book too? I want to see. Prince Jing's gaze changed slightly. Xiao Yu really did want to dual cultivate with him. But then why hadn't he started yet? Oh, our boys. Your Highness, Wang Shi called softly from outside the room. The little carp had transformed the book into a wet book. Prince Jing gave up on fighting with the fish for the book, let go of it, and lightly jingled the jade bell. When Wang Shi entered, the little carp had slipped back into the lotus bowl. He didn't see anything. Wang Shi's expression was serious. Your Highness, there was a fire in Shangchu. There we go. Shangchu Palace last night. Concubine Chu was injured. Chapter 37. Goldfish Finger. Concubine Chu? Liu couldn't remember who that was at first. The original book didn't mention that many concubines of the emperor, and he only remembered a couple. Prince Jing, however, knew who it was. Concubine Chu, who had been demoted from noble consort just a short while ago. The second prince, the Marquis of An, now had no chance of inheriting the throne. Liu lost the plot. He did. The only reason that Concubine Chu was simply demoted rather than banished to the Cold Palace, which is a prison found in most modern back palace media that concubines were banished to after falling out of favor with the emperor, usually after committing some sort of crime or offense, and it is not actually a place that existed in real history. Although I didn't know about the not existing. Rather than banished to the Cold Palace was because the emperor wanted to preserve the dignity of the Marquis of An. But it seemed like Consort Chu had still not given up. It had been a long time since there was a fire in the palace, and it wasn't the season for fires beside. If Shangchu Palace caught fire and burned, it must have been for a reason. Prince Jing noticed the fish's confusion and tapped his fingers on the table 3 times. Wang Shi was surprised. This meant that he was to explain in further detail. Since His Highness had grown up, he rarely made such a request. Normally, His Highness understood after just a few words, so today, why did he... Though Wang Shi was confused, he still responded diligently. Concubine Xue is the mother of His Highness, the second prince, as well as the former noble consort. She originally lived in Zhangshui Palace. At midnight last night, a fire broke out in Zhangshui Palace, and the night attendant found that she was injured. Luckily, though, most of Zhangshui Palace was burned in the fire. It did not spread, and the emperor and other palaces are safe. So the Chu woman mentioned was the former noble consort Chu? Liu's eyes brightened. He was going so round recently from eating and resting well that he had almost forgotten about noble consort Chu. And then it's actually got the uwu symbol. He's like, silly me, I forgot all about it. Uwu. After Wang Gonggong's explanation, he was all caught up. The place consort Chu lived in had caught fire, and she was injured. But how did it catch fire when the palace was so heavily guarded? Liu recalled a scene from the original book. Consort Chu hadn't been rejected by the emperor so early, but instead became a cannon fodder casualty in the fight between the second and third princes. In an attempt to help the second prince regain the emperor's favor after he'd lost power, she burned herself to earn the emperor's pity. But the third prince and his cohort exposed her. Consort Chu and the second prince ended up completely losing the emperor's trust. The house of Chang'an was well protected. Consort Chu and the second prince had been imprisoned by the emperor. The possibility of the second prince inheriting the throne was all but gone. Was concubine Xue still so ambitious that she resorted to this brutal trick? It wasn't impossible, but in the book only a certain room was burned. The fire was quickly extinguished. Very different from what Wang Shi had said about most of Zhangshui Palace catching fire. Had the previous plot been altered so much that concubine Xue was even more crazed than before? Probably. I mean, she had a fish slap her in the face, and then was like, oh my god, it pretended to... Yes. I'm just going to say yes. While Liu ruminated in his bowl, Prince Jing grabbed the brush and ink on the table before him to ask Wang Shi, where is concubine Xue injured, and how are the others in Zhangshui Palace? How did the fire start? Wang Shi punched himself lightly. My apologies for not being clearer. Concubine Chu's injury was on her arm, and everyone else in Zhangshui Palace is fine, other than some minor injuries suffered by the ones who put the fire out. The emperor is already investigating the cause of the fire. No results yet, but there are rumors in the palace that a servant in Zhangshui Palace accidentally knocked over an oil lamp in the servants' quarters and burned a bed curtain. Prince Jing gave a cold laugh. The servants' quarters were usually very far from the master's rooms, so how could concubine Xue be the sole casualty? And though concubine Xue had been demoted, and her status was nowhere close to what it was before, she was still the master of Zhangshui Palace. If the master was injured, why were her servants safe? What kind of logic was that? This old servant believes things are not as simple as they seem, said Wang Shi. The servants are all fine, but they weren't able to protect their only master. That makes no sense. Could it be that the noble consort... that's not right. This old servant almost said the wrong thing. Could it be that concubine Xue inflicted the injury upon herself? Liu thumped his tail a bunch of times. What Wang Gonggong said made sense. He thought the same thing. At first, he hadn't been sure that concubine Xue herself was up to no good, but the details Wang Shi mentioned did indeed present a contradiction, and another was that, according to Wang Gonggong, the fire should have been quite large. So how could the injury be restricted to her arm? The more Liu thought about it, the more he found the situation suspicious. This matter has nothing to do with our manor, Wang Gonggong continued. But since the palace caught fire, your highness should still visit the emperor. I received news that the third and sixth princes have already entered the palace, and the second, the Marquise of An also sent a letter of well wishes. Prince Jing understood what he meant. He nodded. I'll go make the preparations now. As for Master Fish, Wang Shi glanced at the little carp, not sure what Prince Jing wanted to do. Liu wanted to go too. He'd been stuck in the manor for a while now and hadn't caused any trouble, always being a good pet. Prince Jing noticed that the carp spirit's tail was lifted high behind him, almost creating a breeze with its flapping. He smiled at Wang Shi. Let's do as we always have. He's wagging his tail. He's like, I want to go. I want to go. I want to go on a walk. Let's go on a walk. This meant he would take his fish with him wherever he went. Wang Shi rushed to grab the crystal bottle. The bottle had been remade to be as large as a small birdcage, and a chain was still wrapped around the handle to prevent it from slipping. It's gotta be heavy. With water in it? Prince Jing put his fish into the crystal bottle himself and added a lot of snacks in case the fish got hungry. If it wasn't for Wang Shi persuading him in a low voice, Prince Jing might have filled up the entire bottle with snacks. Wang Gonggong sighed. Why did it seem like Prince Jing's affection for his fish had doubled in size with the fish itself? Yeah, he definitely is getting a workout, Truffle. All the concubines and princes were at Xianqing Palace. The emperor had ordered an imperial physician to visit concubine Xue. The imperial physician reported that her arm was not in good condition, burnt to a bloody mess. He was afraid that she might not be able to fully recover. The emperor froze. He had been extremely disappointed with concubine Xue before, but the imperial physician's description reminded him of the past. The first year concubine Xue entered the palace, she would often wear a dance outfit in private to try and please him. She was only 16 then, and her jade-like arms were bright as the moon. So many years had passed in a flash. Well, there's that arm fetish again. The emperor couldn't help the waves of nostalgia as he reflected on how much time had passed. Later, he received a letter from the Marquise of An, which Wu Tianxiao had written with blood, acknowledging his mistakes. He said he dare not ask for forgiveness, but he was worried about concubine Xue's condition and asked the emperor to allow him to fulfill his filial duties before her sickbed. Wu Tianxiao was very sincere, and his love for his mother was obvious. The emperor had originally hardened his heart against the Marquise of An, but he was a little moved now. The concubines next to him were keen observers and realized the emperor was feeling pity for these two. Nobody dared say anything except to echo their agreement. The third prince didn't want to just watch as the Marquise of An came back to join the fun again. He nearly spoke out several times, but the sixth prince managed to persuade him to sit back with a soft voice. Right now, the sixth prince reminded his brother, the emperor was thinking about all the things he appreciated about concubine Xue and the Marquise of An. If anyone mentioned their faults, it would make the emperor unhappy. The third prince was enraged. Was the Marquise of An still going to keep him down even though he was on house arrest? The sixth prince gently nudged the third prince, urging him to wait and stay calm. Head eunuch Luo Rushang came to report that Prince Jing had arrived. The emperor put down the Marquise of An's letter and ordered Prince Jing to enter. It wasn't news to the palace that Prince Jing was taking care of a fish. He'd brought his fish into the palace this time too. Prince Jing's fish had left a deep impression on the emperor. He'd even rewarded the fish several times. The emperor's mood improved a little when he thought about how Prince Jing took care of his pet. Prince Jing performed a formal greeting first. The huge crystal bottle could no longer fit in his sleeve, so he held it in his hand. Seeing the bottle, which was clearly much larger than before, as well as the fish, who was also much larger than before, the emperor wasn't sure what to say. Liu was a smart fish and swam in circles to show his respects to the emperor. As a result, the emperor caught a glimpse of the gold on the little carp's belly and tail and said in amazement, "Tianxi, your fish?" At a glance, like Ye-shizi, the emperor's first thought Prince Jing had gotten another fish. Wang Shi always followed Prince Jing. Prince Jing glanced at him, so Wang Shi immediately kowtowed and responded for him. "Your Imperial Majesty, the fish His Highness is raising has changed scales and grown larger." Did fish change scales? The emperor had never heard of such a thing before. He was curious enough to be distracted from thinking about the pitiful concubine Chu, the Marquise of An, and immediately ordered Prince Jing to bring the fish closer so he could take a look. Prince Jing agreed. Upon closer inspection, the emperor realized that it was indeed the same fish, but a few of its scales had turned golden. The emperor stared at the golden scales on the little carp for a long time. The emperor looked at head eunuch Lu. "Lu Ruisheng, what do you think?" Head eunuch Lu, who knew the emperor well, smiled and said, "This servant is uncultured and cannot say, but I believe a fish with golden scales is a good omen." The emperor laughed brightly. "I think so too. It should be a sign of peace for our country and the people." The emperor's bad mood wasn't only because of his concern for concubine Chu and Marquis of An. If they couldn't find out the cause of the fire, it would be regarded as a warning from the heavens. He would have to take the blame himself. Now that he saw the golden scales, the emperor breathed a sigh of relief. If there was a good omen, who dared say otherwise? Liu was dumbfounded. He just grew a few new scales on his belly, but the emperor somehow arrived at the conclusion that meant the country and people would be at peace. The emperor sure knew how to make up a bunch of crap. Hey, it's for your benefit. Just let it be. As soon as Prince Jing arrived, the emperor remembered the foolish things the Marquise of An had done in the past. His heart did soften for a moment because of concubine Chu's injury, but he pardoned the Marquise of An just because of this. But if he pardoned the Marquise of An just because of this, then he'd be nothing more than a befuddled old man of an emperor. How could he explain himself to Empress Xiaohui when he met her again underground? It was true that Consort Chu had accompanied him for many years, but didn't Empress Xiaohui give her life for him and their children? He didn't have to spare much thought as to how he was going to deal with concubine Chu. Since she was injured, her relatives could visit her in the palace, but the Marquise of An's mistake could not be written off so easily. If the Marquise of An wanted to fulfill his filial duty, he didn't have to come to the palace to take care of her while still bearing the burden of his crimes. He could convert to vegetarianism and commit to Buddhism, or he could ask his wife to take care of concubine Chu in his place. As long as he was sincere, there was lots of ways to show it. What's more, concubine Chu only injured her arm, but the Marquise of An was kicking up a fuss as if she were on her deathbed. Doing something as ominous as writing a letter in blood was like asking for her situation to get worse. The emperor quashed his sympathy for concubine Chu and glanced back at the Marquise of An's letter, which now seemed to him like he was trying to use the opportunity to escape his punishment. The letter that he'd been about to immediately approve was now held back instead. The guards entered to report the results of the investigation into the fire. It was rumored that a servant's room in Zhangchui Palace was most heavily burned, so they came to the conclusion that that was where the fire started. Huan Hua, concubine Chu's personal servant, was one of the ones living in this room, but after the fire was put out, Huan Hua had disappeared. Nobody had seen her, and the imperial guards were unable to find her. Suspicious. The emperor sensed something off about that. Even if the fire started because of her, a servant shouldn't be able to hide so well that the imperial guards couldn't find her. If she was alive, they ought to find her, and if she was dead, they ought to find her body. The emperor asked for the location of Huan Hua's room. When he learned that it was a fair distance away from the main courtyard where concubine Xue lived, his face immediately darkened. The third prince finally saw his opportunity and gave his mother, Consort Qian, a look. Consort Qian promptly covered her mouth with a handkerchief and said, smiling, "Concubine Xue is so unlucky. Nobody else was hurt, but she was burned that badly even though she was so far away." The emperor glared at Consort Qian. She had taken the risk of speaking and privately glanced back at the third prince, angrily quieting herself. The emperor became even more upset. He knew what Consort Qian said was true, so he wouldn't have had such a cold expression. Even the other concubines could tell that there was trickery behind concubine Xue's injury. She was injured by the fire, even though she was so far away, and she might also have known that an arm injury would particularly upset the emperor. The emperor had spent his whole life believing he was wise, but he was almost played by a woman. Careful there. Since most of Zhongshui Palace had burned down, concubine Xue was moved to the nearby Yuexu Palace. The emperor decided to pay her a visit in person and ask everyone to come with him. I really hope I don't have to keep saying that palace name, because that one's rough. Concubine Xue lay on the bed on her back and couldn't stop crying out in pain. When she heard the announcement of the emperor's arrival, she was overjoyed. She draped a robe around her shoulders and was helped out of bed by her most trusted servants to greet the emperor formally. The emperor was a little suspicious of her and went straight to her room to take a closer look at her, only to see that she was still wearing elegant makeup and her hair was combed into a delicate style, wearing a dress she had worn when she danced for him back in the day. She had clearly been prepared and waiting for him to come comfort her. The emperor's heart turned cold. He ordered the imperial physician to examine concubine Xue's injuries in front of him. What's more, although everyone had accompanied the emperor to concubine Xue's quarters, custom dictated that everyone except the emperor wait outside her room. So wait they did. Prince Jing was afraid that Xiao Yu would feel suffocated, so he opened the bottle. Xiao Yu immediately swam to the mouth of the bottle. Li Yu had been waiting for a while and noticed the plot had slightly changed. The small fire had somehow turned into a large fire. Prince Jing brought his fish into the palace, and for some reason the third and sixth prince didn't expose concubine Xue. Overall, however, concubine Xue's plot was still similar to the one in the original book. Since she had hurt herself on purpose, checking her injury would change nothing, as her arm was truly injured. He had the golden finger and knew the answer to the question, but how was he going to tell Prince Jing in a short amount of time? Prince Jing could be harsh towards Ye-shizi, but it was only on the surface, and he truly saw him as a close relative at heart. He definitely wouldn't want the Marquise of An to come back. If the Marquise of An wasn't completely stamped out, it would be bad news for both the House of Chang'an and Prince Jing. Li Yu lay on the narrow mouth of the bottle, thinking so hard that he got lost in his thoughts and forgot that he had grown so much, and the crystal bottle flipped over. After a moment of shock, Prince Jing scooped up the little carp. Wang Shi, without missing a beat, said to everyone, "My apologies. His Highness needs to change." Ooh, last chapter! Chapter 38. My name is Li Yu. Prince Jing carried his fish into the warm room of the side hall. Ever since Prince Jing started keeping a fish as a pet, Wang Shi had gotten into the habit of bringing a spare change of his clothes when they went out. So, as he was about to enter the room with Prince Jing, he readied the clothes. However, Prince Jing took the clothes from him first and asked Wang Shi to stand guard outside and not let anyone approach. Wang Shi was perplexed, but he complied. Luckily, Prince Jing's manor had made more than one crystal bottle. There were several identical ones in case of emergency. Prince Jing quickly put the little carp into another crystal bottle filled with clear water and looked around. Fortunately, he and Li Yu were the only ones in the warm chamber in the side hall. No one would interrupt them. He remembered the first time he brought Xiao Yu to greet the emperor. His fish had drenched him in water, and he had no choice but to go change his clothes. When he returned, he saw the noble consort Chu and her son freshly disheveled. Back then, he thought it was just a coincidence, but when he realized Xiao Yu was a carp spirit, it occurred to him that it was very likely that Xiao Yu had made him leave on purpose in order to punish those two. Now, Xiao Yu had gotten his clothes wet again. Did he want to tell him something? But how was the fish going to communicate? Prince Jing secretly hoped that the carp spirit would transform and tell him in person. He waited and waited, but Xiao Yu didn't transform. Prince Jing thought he might have misunderstood and Xiao Yu didn't actually have anything to tell him. Prince Jing hadn't changed his clothes since he entered the room, so he decided to change first. The little carp had been swimming in circles anxiously in the crystal bottle. He knew that Prince Jing had been staring at him, but it wasn't that he didn't want to say anything. The answer was too complicated for a fish to express. Knocking over the crystal bottle had just been an accident. He hadn't thought of anything yet. Sob, sob, sob. Li Yu continued to think hard, paddling the water irritably with his fins when he suddenly realized that Prince Jing had turned his back to him. Li Yu's attention was immediately diverted. What was the Tyrant Master going to do? The little carp immediately pressed himself against the side of the crystal wall. The bottom of Prince Jing's robes had been splashed when the crystal bottle upended itself, so he was changing. Since he thought of Xiao Yu as a human now, Prince Jing turned around out of habit and undid his jade buttons. He was changing, but he was paying attention to his fish out of the corner of his eyes when he noticed the formerly swimming figure had stopped moving. Prince Jing immediately turned around. The little carp was pressed up against the crystal wall, staring at him with his dark fish eyes. They stared at each other in silence. Awkward. Li Yu, now experienced, hurriedly swam to the other side of the crystal bottle, his tail pointed towards Prince Jing, pretending he was just passing by. Was the fish watching? Prince Jing suddenly realized something, his lips quirking up into a mischievous smirk at the wildly swimming fishtail. What was wrong with him watching? There was nothing that couldn't be seen. Prince Jing stepped forward and forcibly grabbed Li Yu's tail, turning him around so the little carp, trying to escape, was now pointed towards him. The fish looked at his tyrant master in surprise as he changed in front of him without any hesitation. Oh, goodness. Don't do this, thought the shark's little carp. My fish eyes are going to go blind. It seemed like he was resisting, but he couldn't stop himself from watching, silently counting his master's abs. Perhaps because he was stimulated by the delicious sight of Prince Jing's changing, Liu's feverish brain came up with an idea that wasn't really an idea. Since the incident came so suddenly this time, it was impossible for him to make any preparations like a secret letter. Since Prince Jing was right in front of him, the easiest way would be to transform into a human and expose Concubine Chu directly. But how was he going to transform right under Prince Jing's nose? Li Yu was still pondering when Prince Jing suddenly walked over and lightly touched his head. What? Touching his head seemed to be a signal of some kind. Afterwards, Prince Jing left him behind and left the warm room alone. Immediately afterwards, Wang Shi loudly called from outside. "Your Highness wants tea? Please wait a moment. This old servant will go make it right away." Prince Jing went out to drink tea? Liu looked around the warm room. There was tea on the table already, but since this was the palace, Prince Jing wouldn't drink tea of unknown origin. Smart. When he wanted to drink tea, he would ask Wang Shi. He knew that it was normal for Prince Jing to drink tea, but that wasn't the point. The point was that Prince Jing wasn't here anymore, so he could transform. This was a good opportunity, but he had to be careful. The first hurdle in transforming was clothing. There just so happened to be several sets of servants' clothing hanging in the warm room, though, and some of them were about his size. Perhaps the servants changed here too? He could borrow one. The next hurdle was that there were too many uncertain factors in the palace. As someone without an identity, he had to be careful at all times. Once he transformed, he had to find Prince Jing as soon as possible and say what he had to say. Convincing Prince Jing to believe him in a short amount of time would also be a problem, but he still felt confident. After Liu informed him, Prince Jing would go and expose concubine Xue himself, so all Liu needed to do was stick near the crystal bottle and hide. As long as he didn't run around the palace and waited out the 2 hours safely, everything would be fine. When he transformed in Prince Jing's manner to go to the kitchens, he thought 2 hours was too short, but now it felt way too long. It was frustrating that he couldn't cancel the skill whenever he wanted, since it wasn't safe to hide in the palace. But he had no other way to communicate with Prince Jing. In a few days, the evidence that concubine Xue had injured herself on purpose might be gone. What if the emperor failed to gather evidence in time and believed her instead? Once in a while, a fish had to transform for the sake of serious business. This is serious business. His mind made up, Liu selected the skill. After he was transformed, his first order of business was to touch his stomach. It was humiliating that the crystal bottle had toppled over like that. He had to make sure that it was only his fish form that had increased in size and that his human form wasn't becoming fat. Only once he was reassured about his figure did he pick out a form-fitting servant's outfit and put it on. After he changed, he gently pushed open the door of the warm room, only to see Prince Jing standing guard outside, waiting for Wang Gonggong's tea. Your Highness! Liu was startled. Luckily, he didn't make any loud noises inside, but why didn't Prince Jing sit down at the table to wait instead? Hugh and his hilarious priorities, right? I feel you, Mars Rover. Prince Jing smiled down at the servant in front of him. Liu quickly realized he was wearing servant's clothes and was pretending to be a servant. A servant should always greet a prince, but how? Did he need to hold his hands the fancy way they did it in the operas? Wait, he might be wearing a different set of clothing, but his face had stayed the same. Prince Jing should recognize him, right? Hello, Your Highness. Liu figured he would just kowtow to muddle his way through the greeting. When he was a fish, he often saw people kowtowing to Prince Jing, but Prince Jing stopped him before he could even bend his knees. Now is not the time for etiquette. When the strong arm grabbed him, Liu knew that Prince Jing had recognized him. Liu, for some reason, felt immediately reassured. He took a moment to arrange his thoughts before he spoke up. Your Highness, I need to tell you something, he said. It's true that concubine Xue was injured, but it wasn't from the fire in Zhangchui Palace. The injury on her arm smells of cypress because the wound is caused by a burning cypress branch. The cypress branch was both concubine Xue's weapon and the evidence she had burned herself. It was obvious the fire was Concubine Chu's idea. How could she have actually fallen into the flames? If she ruined her appearance, or if something else went wrong, the loss would far outweigh the gains. In fact, long before Zhongshui Palace caught fire, she had already hidden far away with her closest servants. When the fire was almost extinguished, she grit her teeth and inflicted burns on her arms before returning quietly. As long as she insisted she was injured by the fire, nobody would doubt it. The servant, Huan Hua, was the confident that Concubine Chu had sent to start the fire in Zhongshui Palace. She had disappeared after the fire, so as long as Concubine Chu herself kept her mouth shut, nobody would ever know. That was how it was in the original book, but unfortunately, Concubine Chu had made several mistakes. One of those mistakes was her thoughtless decision to burn herself with a cypress branch. Cypress wood had a very peculiar fragrance, and the branch Concubine Chu used was especially strong-smelling. Her wounds thus smelled of cypress, and it lingered for a long time. The sixth prince was the first one to notice it originally. Concubine Chu had claimed she was injured by the fire in Zhongshui Palace, but there were no cypress trees in Zhongshui Palace. That meant she couldn't have been in Zhongshui Palace when she got injured, but rather somewhere else where cypress trees were planted. In the book, the sixth prince was somewhat smart and helped the third prince find the place. Yaxin Terrace, not far from Zhongshui Palace. He even found a couple of guards who had seen her there, so they had witnesses. They also found the cypress branch that Concubine Chu had carelessly dropped onto the ground. One end was burnt into charcoal, and the other end was wrapped in a thick handkerchief to make it easier to hold. That's poor planning. At the very least, take the handkerchief off. Like, for real. The handkerchief was embroidered with Concubine Chu's favorite crabapple blossoms, and along with the cypress branch, ended up becoming evidence against her. Girl, if you're going through all the trouble, at least remove the handkerchief. Or finish burning the branch. Well, it's one of those where it's like, if you're gonna do it, like, at least get rid of the evidence. Like, it seems like a missed, like you're so close. You stumbled at the finish line. Along with the cypress branch, it ended up becoming evidence against her. It is just so sloppy. And a key person, Huan Hua, was found later as well. As it turned out, since she knew the whole story, she was afraid that her mistress would try to silence her. Not a bad concern. And ran away to hide in the Imperial Garden, where she was found by the third prince's agents. The third prince tortured Huan Hua. Oh, that's sad. Forcing her to tell the truth to expose Concubine Chu. Poor Huan Hua. In the book, Concubine Chu's entire role was basically to take one hit after another. I kind of feel a little bad about that, but she brought it on herself a bit. But since the third and sixth princes were no longer doing anything, Liu was afraid that Concubine Chu's wicked scheme would succeed. It was impossible for him to remind the third and sixth princes of such things, so he could only remind Prince Jing and let him make a decision. Liu did his best to only mention the important points, especially Huan Hua's hiding spot and the secret behind Concubine Chu's injury. Prince Jing stared at him. Liu was afraid that he wouldn't believe him, so he anxiously said, "Your Highness, it's true. Please believe me. I can't explain how I know all this, but I can guarantee that I'm telling you the truth. I was the one who wrote the letter to Ye-shizi as well. This was the fastest way Liu could think of to make Prince Jing believe him and to prove himself, through the letter written to Yi Qinghuan. Since the letter had helped the House of Chang'an escape disaster, Prince Jing had to believe the letter writer now. Liu recited the contents of the letter without missing a single word. The letter was a secret only known to Prince Jing, Ye-shizi, and a few confidants. Other than these people, the only other person who would know anything about it would be the letter writer himself. Since Prince Jing had chosen to believe the letter, then he should also trust Liu as the writer of the letter. After Liu's fervent speech, Prince Jing nodded calmly, signaling that he understood. But he still didn't let go of Liu's arm. Liu gulped. No way. Why did Prince Jing react like this? He'd done the same thing last time they'd met too. Prince Jing took out the jade bell and rang it. Before Wang Shi went to make tea, Prince Jing had given him a note, asking him to pretend to make tea and stay away until he got permission to come back. Now he rushed over and saw His Highness dragging a young servant who he refused to let go of. This scene seemed somewhat familiar. Wang Shi's heart trembled, and he was startled to notice the servant did indeed look familiar. Wasn't this another man's concubine? What was he doing in the palace? Prince Jing glanced at Liu. Liu immediately understood and repeated everything he'd just said to Wang Shi. Wang Shi understood how serious the situation was and asked for orders. Your Highness, what will you do now? Liu thought. His Highness is definitely going to do it himself. But Prince Jing gave him an indecipherable glance and held up 3 of his fingers. Wang Shi smiled. This servant understands. I'll secretly pass the message along to the third prince's people. The third prince is still worried that the Marquise of An is somehow unbeatable. Let's give him a chance to do it so His Highness doesn't have to do it himself. What? That was an option? Prince Jing signaled for Wang Shi to leave quickly with an impatient look. Wang Shi scurried away to carry out his orders, but Prince Jing was still holding onto Liu. They stared at each other. Prince Jing took Liu to the table in the warmed chamber, made Liu sit down with him, and took out ink and paper from his robes. Saving one's strength for the final boss, right? Was Prince Jing waiting for him? Liu had a bad feeling. He timidly said, Your Highness, I have other things to do. I want to... Prince Jing quickly wrote, Answer my questions. Liu peeked at him and pouted. If I answer, will you let me go? Liu had just finished saying this when he remembered something Wang Shi had said more than once. Whoops! Prince Jing didn't like it when others tried to bargain with him. He actually dared to speak to Prince Jing this way. If Prince Jing got angry and threw him out, that would be... Wait, actually, that wouldn't be bad, would it? But the asshole Prince Jing raised his eyebrows and wrote, I will let you go if you answer truthfully. No way. Prince Jing didn't get mad at him? He just agreed? Prince Jing wrote, What's your name? How old are you? Why are you here? If he wanted to leave as soon as possible, Liu had no choice but to answer him. If he resisted now, he'd only be dragging himself down. With a bitter face and a low voice, Liu replied, My name is Liu. I'm 18. I'm here because... Liu remembered what the system had said about changing the tyrant's personality. He couldn't mention that. As for why he transmigrated into this book, I don't know either. He had no idea why he'd suddenly turned into a fish. Sob, sob, sob. And that is the end of book 1 of The Disabled Tyrant's Beloved Pet Fish. Wow, and it is almost exactly 4 hours since we started streaming. I don't think I'm going to keep doing as many super long streams like this. I think we'll probably try to keep it to 2.5 hours. But we were so close to the end, and I just wanted to finish it. So today was a little extra, a little special. And yes, Momars are book 1 complete. And I also had fun, Truffle. Yay! Thank you all for staying with me for this 4-hour stream. Yeah, I enjoyed the little extra. And this one really is so fun. It's one of my favorite series because it's really a lot more lighthearted than a lot of them, and just a good story. It also is wild. It's funny. It's such a funny series. But yeah, we will be doing the regular Thursday stream. I might have a little surprise for you all, but you'll just have to wait and see. I hope I have a little surprise for you. We'll see though. It'll be our normal time, and I can look and see. I already marked out the chapters. I'll switch this one out. I still need this to mark what chapter we ended on. We will be reading chapters 39 to 40 through 44. So it'll be a good amount. But that'll be a lot of fun. In any case, I hope you all have a lovely rest of your night or morning, depending on where you are, what you're doing, and how things are going. And thank you so much for joining me for this stream. I cannot wait to start book 2 with you all on Thursday. Good night.